Yeah, I mean, it's just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. And he's an introvert, incel or whatever. And when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And like, yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spurge on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream and the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, oh, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello,
Yeah,
and welcome back to
the dangers of
Weekly Review with the one and only Doooovid. Sorry about the mix-up with the audio there. I had the wrong thing connected. Over to you, Doooovid, for the introductions. Thank you so much for being with us here today.
Okay, great to be back. We have an exciting week. I had a few streams this week, and might have a guest. So might even have a guest right away. So I'm gonna do the screen share right away, just so I could close all these tabs I have open. Literally a minute before we started, Jai Devi Uzma Khan just messaged me on Discord. So if she's in the chat, namaste, shalom, om, Hare Krishna, welcome. Thanks for tuning in. If you want to join us, we'll send you the Google Hangouts link and we could talk. Because she said she watched my interview on Guy and Safar that I mentioned. So is my screen share working?
I'll get it going. I've got you as the sole share. There we go. Now it's good.
Okay, so I had my interview on Monday on Guy and Safar, and this woman Uzma saw me there and said she wants to talk about reincarnation. So definitely happy to do that. And so that was my interview on reincarnation. This channel in India. Just make sure my screen share is working. I'll show the links. So it looks like it's working. Okay, so God forbid, Marshall from New Zealand was, Norvin's old buddy was on Politically Provoked, and he wrote a counter-Semitic book, The War Against Goyim. It's published. He's selling it, and he was interviewed on Politically Provoked. He was in the chat the other week. He wants Jennifer to debate Norvin on the Aryan invasion theory. But at least props for his scholarship. I said he has a degree in history and went to the effort to write a book, even God forbid if he's on the wrong side of the issue. But at least he's thinking, he's studying, came up with something. So definitely accomplishment to write a book, even if I disagree with the premise. And so check that out if it's interesting. I think I saw this page. I'm not sure if you've seen it, Mathomaniac. Nice graphics, and they had a recent series about complex numbers. I've mentioned the Riemann sphere, and we've been talking about complex numbers in the unit sphere in general. So the last month they've had these videos, kind of like the 3M1 or whatever channel, talking about visualization techniques and understanding complex analysis and complex numbers. So a lot of those videos are pretty good. Check them out to deepen your understanding.
Your friends in the chat, Doovid.
Okay, yeah. So Jai David, welcome. So I'm going to send you the Google Hangout link in a few minutes. I'll finish doing my thing, and you could hop on. In fact, I'll send it to you now if you want to test it out. So here's the Google Hangout link. So if you want to pop on, I'll be less than 5 minutes. Just share, or 10 minutes maybe. You're sharing the weekly news. So this was earlier last year. It was a conference about the science, the philosophy of science, and 12 lectures, pretty interesting on like epistemology, various topics that are pretty pertinent to what me and Jennifer talk about with like T-Jump server and some of the debates. I actually I found a bunch of courses on the history of science that I have them here. So I'll share them later, but I didn't share those, but I'm listening to courses online about the history of science. Always a good thing to be studying, relevant to, I think Charles Moskowitz is going to be on T-Jump this week also. So I was speaking with Jennifer last week about the periodic table, so I thought I'd do some research. I found a few books. I read like 2 books, and I have a few more books in the tier for the periodic table. And it's interesting. I found this guy, Edward Mazur, who I guess was an American chemist, and he wrote a book about the history of the periodic table that includes a bunch of images, although it's out of print and it costs like $150, and I couldn't find a copy online, even though it's older. It might even be freeware already. So if anyone has a copy of could find an online copy or freeware copy of this Edward Mazur, who died in the 50s, who wrote this book on the history of the periodic table. You can see on Twitter some images of various earlier versions of the periodic table. Just telling Jennifer she should do the due diligence to see what other people have previously thought. So we've talked about this.
I have done due diligence, just perhaps not in the domains that you approve of.
Okay, well, I mean at the level to publish a paper, or to to say you've really thoroughly examined to make sure that what you're saying hasn't been said before that you published, that you would thoroughly know what has been previously done on the subject, exhaustive research. So here's more stuff on just the history. So Mazur collects periodic tables going back from 1790 to 1956, and quite a few of them. And I guess there's a web page where they're listed. Some of them are 3-dimensional. That's why I said that my high school chemistry teacher mentioned that periodic table is supposed to be 3-dimensional. Here's an example of a 3-dimensional periodic table that actually looks a lot like Jennifer's.
It really looks almost like nothing like mine, but I appreciate
like
that you're still going to double down on this. My teacher told me a story about a 3D periodic table.
If you cut yours in half, it's basically the same. I mean, yours is different.
Oh,
I mean,
sure. If you change all the spheres into random squares, and you completely remove the structure and everything that makes it what it is, yeah, it's basically that.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, if you wrote a paper, you should probably mention this, because like it's enough similar that you would probably have to mention this in any
wow
paper. Well,
I'll think about it.
It's just your due diligence. I mean, there's really nothing to think about. I mean,
I was just thinking of citing Mendeleev. I actually was just thinking of linking to the Wikipedia of Mendeleev.
Here's another one, the Stowe-Jeanette-Scarley periodic table. Here was interesting. Here's just the Max Planck Institute, and I was looking through the history, and they have like all these papers, over 500 papers. I was reading through some of them, and interesting here. So this I'm going to save for later, and mention, does Jennifer's 3D periodic table actually accomplish what the basic periodic table does, and that's the major trends that namely of ionization energy, electron affinity, the metallic non-metallic character, and radius.
Well,
And
yeah,
well,
there's
so I mean,
no
definitely.
patterns that it doesn't include. It just includes more, I think.
Okay, so we'll look at that, and I'm not sure about the metallic character or the electron affinity, if that would be as simple. The ionization energy and electron affinity would be as easily notable in your 3D model as in the common layout. But
I
those just
like
note
where your head is at, Doovid. I do.
those are just the common trends. That here was another one. This one also. Um, is probably this one's probably the most similar to Jennifer's from the ones I saw. And like I said, Mazur's book is out of print. It was actually like $150. So like if it was like so I wasn't going to buy it. Even know how good it's only 200 pages. But here was Fernando Delfer with a 3D periodic table that at least in like a cut in half, and it's different. His more spiral. Um, but this one is probably the closest to Jennifer's of the ones I saw, um, that is worthy of more. So if you actually published or did some research, you probably would have to mention these tables. So I got an email this week. They released the speaker list for the new um, uh, Science of Consciousness conference, Hamarov in Arizona.
It feels
And
like
a
the
lot of
last one just happened a couple weeks ago or something.
no, it was in the summer. I mean, no, maybe. I mean, it was already like, was it 3 months ago? Maybe I have a stream on my channel that we did, but it was at least 3 months ago. I guess in odd years they have it maybe in the fall, and even years in the summer. The even year ones are bigger, and it has a lot of University of Michigan participants in the Center Consciousness Studies at University of Michigan, which is in the medical school of anesthesiology. So it's in April, a little ways away, but they just released the program. So check that out. Here, someone made a meme of politically provoked and included me from the various speakers. Doovid, God forbid, Hasidic Jew who unironically believes in the JQ, loves long conversations about religion. So it's kind of a random meme that they included me, like politically provoked. God forbid, it's like not sure the direction they're taking. They actually have. I helped book. They have Ryan Dawson on tonight. I'll mention that. Like Paul Ritticelli was supposed to book him for Charles Moskowitz, but I guess he's in Japan, so there was a little bit of a scheduling error. So wrong link, but whatever that. Um, he was going to be on Charles Moskowitz Wednesday night, but so maybe next week. But I messaged Brittany, and it looks like she booked him. So Ryan Dawson's going to be on Politically Provoked Sunday, and I'm not that political. Like it wasn't like, I mean, Dawson's a pretty big name. He's been around in blood sports, and maybe you call counter-Semitism for a long time, but it's possible he'll be on with Charles Moskowitz next week Thursday. But he's going to be on Politically Provoked in a few hours. I helped book that. This was random. UFC, the heavyweight champion from Nigeria, and there's a class action lawsuit about payment. It's just kind of random. Talk about more, but you're just on payment that UFC is, you say, using its monopoly to push down the price that it pays to the fighters. So there's a class action lawsuit of the fighters against UFC trying to get more money. Random, interesting. I guess UFC is kind of interesting. I follow mixed martial arts some, and you say UFC probably does have a monopoly, and he probably does use that to make the wages or like keep most of the money for themselves. I watch this podcast on chess occasionally, perpetual podcast, and they had an author on games and game theory who Oliver Roeder. He had a little stuff about AI, talking about the joy diminishing when you get better at something, and how you get better at games. He didn't really go into chunking theory, unfortunately. Like
He said
chunking,
joy diminishes when you get better at something.
yeah,
Ugh.
games
What?
that.
We're not playing the right kinds of games, I guess.
No, I think it's pretty clear that that's the case. That the joy of winning diminishes.
With how
That,
good you are? Okay. Whatever you say.
yeah, or even the joy of playing the game diminishes as you get better at it. And we could talk more about that, but it's in the podcast expertise. Um, I was going to do this as a little song, so I'll save this for a minute. This Frank Zappa. Have you heard of Frank Zappa?
I think so. Yeah.
It's old. I mean, he passed away already. Here's the Mind Chat. This week they had David Chalmers on. I hadn't had a chance to watch it yet. Holographic Universe. Jen said she had a bunch of people. Holographic Universe is really in vogue.
I don't know if I'd say it was in vogue. I was referring to simulation theory. I mean, I don't know if holographic universe is in vogue.
I meant
guess I've
simulation
heard
theory,
of
not
it.
holographic. I mixed the two up. I mean, they're somewhat related, but no, I mean, it was on simulation theory, not holographic theory, although they're somewhat related. Royal Institute this week was talking about progress in nuclear fusion. So it was mentioning this graph and the progress in nuclear fusion over the years, that actually towards a viable nuclear fusion is relatively close. There's a new um, a new um, tokamak in England that's going to be ready in a few years. Have you heard of the tokamak?
Some sort of testing for fusion.
Yeah, I guess fusion requires certain conditions to be met, and requires the particles to be kept extremely close to each other. That eventually the
Hmm.
the nuclear forces, like the stronger weak nuclear forces, would overcome the other forces and cause the particles to fuse. And it takes great amounts of heats, and there's different methods of doing it. And they use some sort of magnetic accelerator that accelerates the particles around extremely fast, in trying to keep them together in a way that they would fuse.
Well,
To
the idea is that it's a fully contained system that you just keep pumping energy into it, and it doesn't really have any way to escape. That's basically the idea. I don't
yeah,
know how
so
that's supposed to lead to fusion, but okay.
is they're looking more, and so it was this week at the Royal Society. But I thought, Jennifer's always a Thad Roberts in her in figure eight, and but the geometry is somewhat similar of this
It's the same.
tor
It's just doesn't have the twirl in the middle of the column.
the toroid. So this is called the toroid,
Yeah.
and
So to make that into the 3+1 geodesic, you change the center column into the triple knot or whatever it
yeah.
is.
So that's what made me think. I mean, it was on the this week in the Royal Society. So I thought I'd share that into the toroid, uh, there. So this is an interesting video. Actually, my interview, Ashish Dalala, he was on the next day on this channel, the Center for Indic Studies, and Jeffrey Long. I think I have a book from him. He came up with another book, Hinduism in America, that is kind of a history of travelers and preachers and opening of temples till today. And he mentioned at the beginning that in some extent, like there was an article published like Newsweek over a decade ago, we're all Hindu now. And there's certain elements of what's commonly believed in America that is more a match with Hinduism than Christianity, namely the many paths, as opposed to exclusiveness. In certain polling, like 65% of Americans believe that many religions could lead to eternal life, including even 37% of white evangelical Christians, usually the most um, exclusivist about Christianity and Jesus of Americans, and noting 24% of Americans believe in reincarnation. And he goes on to talk about the history, but it's a pretty interesting lecture in general. I actually watched a few videos here. You could see Ashish Delela, who was on my channel. The next day was on this channel, so they have over 100,000 subs. Here, I was listening to a lecture, a documentary earlier. They called it the second brain, which is the brain in the gut. And so there's what's called the gut-brain axis, which obviously the nervous system connects to all areas, but actually the uh, most complicated part outside of the brain of the nervous system is actually in the gut and the number of neuron cells. And it was interesting. I was looking from evolutionary point of view. They believe that the first part where the neural system developed was in digestive processes in some sort of stomach, because obviously um, uh, metabolism exists even in single cell organisms. Besides for JF's Richard Dawkins, defining life as a replicator, usually metabolism is included in one of the requirements for life, meaning that takes some sorts of energy outside of the cell. And eventually, when you had multicellular organisms, there was some sort of stomach or center that developed around metabolism. If you're not looking like mammals or even plants, like you could think of like a Venus flytrap or something like that has some sort of digestive system, or even fungi or other organisms that have a digestive system, and those digestive systems have attached neural systems, not like a brain, but neural systems. And so, from the evolutionary point of view, the brain derives from what first would have been uh, a gut uh, nervous system. And there's a whole bunch of connections between the nervous systems. Like you could diagnose even things like Parkinson's disease from the gut. You could tell a lot of information about brain activity from, God forbid, feces extracts and analyzing in the feces and various things. So
Oh, that reminds me. TJUP was the kind of pitching the idea of selling that for, like, I guess it's some sort of therapy for people who have bad gut flora. Can make money off your poop, apparently. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big area of science, and especially the last few years, there's been a lot of discoveries related to the nervous, the neuro cells. So I was thinking really to reincarnation, possibly.
I was going to say it was probably related
mind.
to hospital procedurals, but yes, reincarnation.
Well, I was saying quantum mind, and even the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis that if there's a substantial neurosystem, then you would have probably enough microtubules that would be able to harness quantum effect, and then
what is that supposed to mean? Microtubules to harness quantum effect? Is that what he's actually saying in it? Or you're just citing Hameroff?
Well, I mean, the Penrose, the quantum information, that if you have the quantum information is a phenomenon of the just the mathematic information theory, but the microtubules would be the biological unit that I use the language harness, but whatever the information could be derived by the state of quantum particles, or however you're going to understand them, that would be able to be deciphered, so to say, harnessed is the word I use, in microtubules that exist in nervous cells. I mean I did the PowerPoint presentation that on the stream that Ralph came on, that I could pop them up, but it's saying neuron cells have microtubules. Microtubules are believed and measured, demonstrated to be able to harness quantum effect, and that's been demonstrated in plants and other things, and they have levels of measurement, like as opposed to the brain. But even like a carrot or anything that has a certain amount of neural cells that have microtubules, you could measure the quantum effect. So not like a carrot that could harvest a tiny amount of quantum effect, or the brain that could presumably even have it quite an effect on consciousness. The gut has the second most amount of neuron cells in the human body.
Neuron or microtubule? Microtubule.
Neuron cells all have microtubules.
Okay. Don't all cells have microtubules though?
No, only neuron cells.
Only neuron cells.
I mean, microtubules, just the form of microtubules that are structured in a way that could harness the quantum particles.
Quantum particles. Okay.
So if there was some sort of information state consciousness transfer between the food that's being digested and the body that is digesting it. This is what I was thinking about. I mean, this wasn't in any of the information, but there's just a lot of new research on the connection between the gut, the neural system in the gut, and the brain, which is a recent field of research. A lot of modern research that's connected to that. So I was just hypothesizing that it would be possible that there would be some sort of quantum information transfer from the digested food to the digester. And that wouldn't just be human, that would be any any mammal or anything that has a stomach. But you're saying that even vegetables, because vegetables also have a certain amount of neural cells that have the microtubules that might store or how to understand these quantum effects, that from the digestive process, that it's possible that this information, if you want to call it consciousness, as in the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis, would actually be transferred from the food that's digested to the digester in so I'm not sure if you understand what I'm saying. So
well, some type of information must be transferred if you know that you're full.
I'm not talking about normal physical. I'm talking about an added quantum effect purely related to the information that would be stored.
Well, all the effects are quantum effects. There are no other effects but quantum effects.
But it's saying there's no biological mechanism to, at least according to Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis, or any understanding.
Well, that's why we have to go back to Ayurveda now, because it already has all the answers in quantum mechanics. So, yay!
It doesn't actually have a biological mechanism, and that's what.
Well, it has a predictive model. So.
That's what Hameroff actually has, a physical, mathematical model that you could scientifically even test some sort of quantum state transfer from. So I found this. I thought I'd mention it, and maybe it'll come up again. So God forbid, here was the recent Rolling Stones. I guess they're unveiling like an former FBI informant who went undercover with neo-Nazis and various things, and it kind of sounds like the people who are watching Politically Provoked, that God forbid they've harnessed that kind of audience of people, God forbid. So this was kind of like an expose of and then this guy reached out to me today on Facebook, and I spoke to him on the phone. I said, like, I told him to come on Week in Review if he wanted, and he was on Vice News. I saw it had over 1 million hits. But he was born in Germany, and God forbid fell into like some form of neo-Nazi movement, then came into America and became a leader in the KKK, and then through a series of events decided to dump it, stopped hating, recanted all of his former beliefs, and now he's converting to Judaism. And so I was speaking to him today T.M. Garrett, who is now converting to Judaism. So, so I know he knows Jeffrey Shop, who was on Luke Ford, who I guess was the head of the American Skinhead movement and was at Charlottesville, and also recently recanted his belief system. But this guy is actually now, converting to Judaism. So, we'll see maybe, what that leads to. I commented on a video he had spoken with Jeffrey Shop at a synagogue, maybe even already like a year ago or even 2 years ago. And he said he just saw it now and reached out to me. And, so I found that somewhat interesting. So we'll see. We'll see where that leads, if it leads to anything. Jeffrey Shop was on Luke Ford this week. So that is all of my stuff for this week. Let me talk a little bit. Frank Zappa is kind of like the father of American countercultural music. His first album, 1966, is Freak Out, which is called the first concept album. And it's kind of like Gandalf if he had more humor and was a musical genius. Frank Zappa died in 1993 at the age of only 53. He produced a lot of albums, and he was kind of like a shock jock in many ways, and in the hippie era, and a huge cultural critic. And he's kind of like a precursor to QAnon, especially this album called the Freak Out. And he's got these songs like "Who Are the Brain Police," and you're kind of like a musical QAnon type thing. But he was probably a leftist in that age, like in the '60s, in the '90s. Like who knows, where to be if he was alive today. So I thought, but he put it to kind of like these catchy tunes and was a musical genius. And he made tens and tens of albums and hundreds of songs, and a lot of them are deep political commentary, more absurd than like a Bob Dylan, but he's a pretty big name in America. So this is the first song on the album, 1966, his debut album, called Hungry Freaks Daddy. Mr. America, walk on by your schools that do not teach. Mr. America, walk on by the minds that won't be reached. Mr. America, try to hide the emptiness that's you inside. But once you find the ways you lied and all the corny tricks you tried, will not forestall the rising tide of hungry freaks. Daddy, they won't go no more on for no more great Midwestern hardware stores, philosophies that turn away from those who aren't afraid to say what's on their minds, the left behinds of the great society. Hungry freaks, daddy. See, he had kind of a weird voice, and he wasn't the greatest of singers. He was a good musician, played the guitar, and a good composer, but it was um, kind of like Gandalf. I don't know if Gandalf would have heard of Frank Zappa, but you're just this kind of like scathing social commentary that set to music. And so I was thinking, in the '60s of relating before, kind of probably a precursor to QAnon and like these conspiratorial type theories against the government, and personifying the government and corruption, and kind of like the deep state putting to music. Although I said like in the '60s he would have been a leftist, and so probably I'll go back to spiritual chants, but I just thought I'd mention Frank Zappa this week. So I'm not sure if um, Chai Davy's still watching, or if she found the link or feels like popping on. That's fine. Otherwise, just reach out to me, send me the link, and I think we plan on talking February 7th, which will be in the evening in India, 8 p.m. in the evening next week, Monday in India, which will be 9:30 Eastern time. So look forward to that. If you're around, you can pop on. We talk a little bit now. So that's my week in review. If we'll see what Jennifer has planned or wants to talk about. We could talk more about the periodic table, definitely, and maybe if Jennifer would probably be useful for her own sake and for the audience sake to demonstrate how the periodic trends that are most notable in the the mainstream periodic table are also apparent in her table. But so let me mention also I interviewed Ashish Delela on my channel on Monday. Interesting conversation. Jennifer was in the chat. I think he has over 200 views. Prolific author on Vedic science, and I didn't really talk to him beforehand, so it was kind of all over the place. But it was nice to talk to him and his work, and a little like informative explanations of various Vedic scientific concepts. I had another interview earlier today with Caleb, this American Decay urban frontierman who goes around, uh, uh, God forbid, abandoned buildings all over the U.S. But he's here in Michigan, the other side of the state, and has these series of videos exploring abandoned sites. And so I talked to him about that, and so it was pretty interesting. Check that out also. So with that, great week. I'll hand it over to Jennifer. In fact, I think I'm even going to mute myself so I could eat something. So I'm listening. So I'll let Jennifer give her week in review now, and I'll be eating something. But go ahead.
I'd be interested to know, excuse me, whether anybody thinks that I have to credit these other periodic tables that I never saw, didn't learn anything from, never had anything to do with.
If you write, before I eat a segment, if you were to publish a paper, and you would have to do a historical review, and a proper historical review would have to be a thorough, exhaustive analysis of the prior theories that are similar to your idea. So if you didn't, then people would critique your paper and bring these up. So I'm not saying like you could do a blog post, but like no, if you were to ever publish, it would be proper, and you would probably get pushback if you didn't. Like, oh, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Like, she didn't even know that these prior things were done. And so you should take note that if you do ever plan to publish an official scientific paper, that it would have to have a historical review, and it would probably be pertinent and proper to include these previous 3D periodic tables. I mean, maybe me and Jennifer will co-publish a paper at some point on the periodic table, and that we'll actually do something like that. And yes, it would have to have at least like a little mention in section of the history of the periodic table, previous attempts at making a periodic table, and an analysis of what's the difference between your table and these other 3D attempts at a periodic table.
Don't you know the answer to this?
I
mean, to some extent. But I mean,
well,
I'll let you eat, and we can talk about it.
You would have to. I mean, we'll go over like more. I'm gonna try to help you out with like saying the periodic trends. Beside, what exactly? How do you garner that information from your table, and some sort of comparison between what information is conveyed in your table as opposed to information that's conveyed in these other tables, and saying factually, a lot of the same information is going to be conveyed in these previous attempts at 3D periodic tables.
So I got to go through crackpot Legos model here because reasons.
Well, I don't know why you're attacking these people.
I'm joking. It's called a joke.
It's not funny.
Okay, it's not.
No, I'm saying like it's not funny. I mean, like, what are you doing? Joking, insulting the precursors to your theory. Saying like no one.
I would also be self-effacing for myself if that's any consolation.
No, it's not a consolation. I mean, it's like I saw. You have to be serious. And like, what the hell? You make jokes about the previous scientist who worked on this theory, and said like, no, I mean, you're probably never going to publish like with that type of attitude. So you have to do a serious, analysis, and to analyze what these people came up with, and what you came up with is different. And there is no room for humor in a scientific publication. And if you can't like get that crap out of your head, you're never going to publish. Like, end of story.
So there's a good chance if I'm going to publish, I will need some assistance, which is fine. Fernando Dufour, which means of the oven, for those of you who are interested. Out of all the alternate models, this may be the most interesting one. So you can see that it's close. It's not quite. I mean, in some sense, this model may turn out to be better for some particular application, but what we're looking for is really the root of the whole thing. It's what can we start with that we can get everything else from? Dun, 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 grounding principle. So this is highly symmetric, highly geometric. Would be interesting to see practically how he used this. I mean, it sounds like he was a teacher. Anyway, in other news, not peer-reviewed anything ever, but MIT's making a computer language based on entanglement. So I've been doing some research myself lately, and it seems that certain Copenhagen interpretation principles of quantum mechanics contradict, in the bad way, the principle of entanglement, but it just keeps coming up. And I can see why people would be resisted, because our own consciousness negates this effect to some extent. Energy from our own processes in our minds can be sort of thought of as flattening out an otherwise entangled space-time. So I think now they say curved, which it's a bit confusing because curved implies space, but if you say entangled, it just means that there's fundamentally co-arising between space and time. So quantum computing, always interesting to see which direction they're going to go in next, but definitely there's hurdles that need to be overcome, right? Like there's the operator input control, the scaling complexity, but also the error detection thing. And it does seem that they're going in a better direction by acknowledging entanglement. Let's see here, do a little count, 15 times. Yay. Really gives a lot of insight as to how they've been built thus far. Programming discarding one qubit without knowing that it's entangled with another qubit could destroy the data. So you can see the data is not really being stored meaningfully. That data is the quantum system. And if it's interpreted incorrectly by the operator, well, oops, didn't account for entanglement. So this way it's, I think, sort of at the point of being a entanglement detector with ultimate goal towards error correction. Wrong. That have a look at the article if you're interested. I enjoyed it greatly. Right, so Doooovid's talking about a historical review. I mean, how long would it take to review the human understanding of the space-time continuum? It's like, how many lifetimes you got? I like that you think it can be done, though. That's a very high degree of optimism, which is always good for motivation.
Saying what I'm saying. I'm saying something extremely simple. And no, you have to do a review related to your field that shows what you're saying, what unique new information it conveys, and you have to do a thorough review of what's known on the subject. So if you're talking about a new periodic table, you have to thoroughly review the history of the periodic table and other competing historic theories that have been previously published, like these 3D tables. It's like, no, you don't have to straw man what I'm saying with your nonsense about a complete historicity of all science, just the history of 3D periodic tables, and not like no stupid bullshit like you're the first person to come up with a 3D periodic table, and so you would have to actually seriously consider and analyze the other 3D periodic tables, and like so that's not really that much work.
Okay, I see the logic. Thanks for clearing it up. I completely mixed up these two articles. Twist is, I don't want to say command line language put out by MIT that is going to be able to deal with entanglement. I'm sorry. And then there's this other paper that has to do with realizing, or rather synthesizing topological order. So maintaining some type of topological continuity across states in long range quantum entanglement, if that's possible. It's super cool. I don't know what this really, I don't have access to the full article, but maybe I'm overly optimistic, but the abstract was just that interesting.
I would help you do it on Week in Review. We could probably even do it over the next 2 months, and it'd probably be 8 pages. You could probably write a paper that would be capable of being published. You would first self-publish it, and it would probably be 8 pages, and the introduction and historical review would be less than 2 pages. And then, you might have 4 pages to explain your idea, show how all the information in the current periodic table and periodic trends is found in yours, and what new information is conveyed, and then 1 or 2 page analysis of how your new theory with what new information is conveyed in your idea would fit in or possibly change the landscape. So like, no, we're just talking about like an 8-page paper, and the historical review would probably just be a page or a page and a half tops. And then at the end would be another page or page and a half of comparative analysis once your theory has been explained, of how your theory explains new things in a more efficient manner than the other current things on the market. So, I mean, it's not something that we could probably do it on Week in Review over the next few months.
Okay, I'm game.
And I said, like, you could actually, if you're not full of shit and you actually do have a way of expressing useful information and can explain it, you would get picked up and published in major periodicals. You would first self-publish it, and then you would have to self-promote it, and then someone like Brian Keating or.
But then in a way, I'm forcing people to agree with me, and I'm a little superstitious about that.
No, you just have to write a paper, and you get a few people to read it, and then someone with eventually someone who reads is like, oh, she's onto something that conveys useful information, and then you get published, and then other scientists start to read it, and then they're going to write critiques on it, and it'll be the peer review process. So first you have to write a quality paper and self-publish, and then you have to promote it to someone else to get it into some sort of legitimate journal. And once you get into a legitimate journal, the peer review process will start.
So, long-range entanglement measured at last. What took you so long? Anyway, very interesting article. Topology. Longtime viewers of the show may know I got a D+ in this. Really wasn't able to follow past a certain point of abstraction. I'm still trying to learn to some extent what's usable. Topology does keep coming up. Set theory keeps coming up. Obviously, these ideas are important, and it has to do, again, with hierarchy after rising. What's the thing that can exist in the absence of other things? So it's the binding principles, boundaries exist in the absence of other things. So it starts off with nothing, then boundary, then always pretty much boundaries and meaning defined as a coefficient of self-reference, so to speak. Within these topologically ordered states, moi, but its reality conforms to a higher standard than what topology would lead you to believe. Like reality doesn't really have an equivalent to the famous coffee cup turning into a donut thing. That's not a thing. What's next? Silicon quantum computer achieves 99% accuracy for the first time. So I'm basically not too optimistic on any quantum computer that doesn't function as an emulator to animal consciousness. It's had so long to become perfected. Anything else would appear to be destined for the garbage heap of history. It's a touch remiss to go to this particular website. It has a bit of a concerning name, but there we go. Singularity Hub. We'll see what happens. It'll be interesting to see if my prediction bears out. But yeah, basically you're just looking at increasingly more operator input control, calibration potential, emulation potential with these photonic ordered standing waveforms, if you want to call them that. Oops. Let's see what's next. Nature's frozen. So we'll go to the next one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if this is worth really talking about, but this one's really cool. I've never seen this before. You know, the Mandelbrot set. We've talked about that on the show probably 100 times. There's a Buddha-Brot set. I don't know what it is, how it connects to the Mandelbrot set, and I don't care, but it's got a really cool shape. Sort of this ghostly apparition type aesthetic. I hope you're reading that fast because I can't really monologue for that long. Oh, look at that. 20 people watching. I'm just touched. And if anyone has any questions as we go, you know. See, Ekin Defy wants a recap. I mean, I don't know how to recap. To me, it's just one big long infinity conversation. Gets picked up at various points by various people at different, stages.
Actually, I have two of these, so I'll save the second one for a little bit. And
it's just a lot to go between all the. I don't know how you can do it. Basically, multitask. I think it's because I'm also streaming. It's just one cognitive task too many.
It's some sort of, psychological, the talent of monologuing and speak. It's like a form of public speaking. But you sent me that new picture of your periodic table. You still have your screen share open? Did you want to look at that and maybe try to show you how the major periodic trends that are in the current periodic table would be demonstrated in yours? And obviously the the radius would be obvious, but the ionization energy, electron infinity. I guess they wouldn't be as clear. Because the current order of the two-dimensional periodic table, because after each electron layer, the ionization and electron affinity goes back down. And so how would that be demonstrated in your periodic table? The growth and falling of the ionization energy and electron affinity? Or are you saying it wouldn't clearly be like I was saying, your periodic table expresses certain information, but in terms of like a high school student that is trying to like do equations, that your table would not be more useful than the current table 2D table that everyone uses, and also like the metal where on the basic periodic table where all of the gases are in the upper right hand corner. um, how would that look like on your 3D periodic table if you made just the gases a different color, or if you did some sort of heat map, as I said, with ionization energy and electron affinity?
The key thing at this stage, I guess, would be that column 1 and the final column are fused along their outer edges. So if the periodic table is a line, you're starting out by making it a circle. And you're making it a circle by connecting the edges. Did that?
I'm asking about the periodic trends, and how would these periodic trends be apparent in your 3D periodic table?
Well, they're all in there. But I can derive them more explicitly if that's not self-evident. That's a good
You
idea.
think about a graphics, you could do like a heat map. If you did a heat map on your table where the colors represented ionization energy, or electron affinity, that how would that appear in your table? And also, if you just did like a two-color gas versus metal, like where would they appear in the 3D model of the gases and the metals?
I don't think that information is particularly useful, because what it is useful for is microstate simulation, which involves all 7 layers of the QMPT.
Well, I'm saying is
Which,
useful.
ironically, no one's even had me explain to them yet, because
didn't
apparently they have
ask you
better
if you
things
thought
to
it
do
was
than learn things
useful.
like that.
So it's just saying the advantage one, like on the current standard model of the periodic table, all the gases are in the upper right hand corner. So if you're on your
And you're
3D
telling me
model,
that's like some sort of big benefit, and I'm like, why?
well, I didn't ask you if you thought it was useful. I asked you how they would appear in your model, and so you told me you don't think that's useful, and I didn't ask you if you thought it was useful. I asked you where they'd appear on your model.
The trends. Haven't really thought about it. But even if they appear nowhere or they're in a garbled mess, the trends are not the strength of this conceptualization, which actually tells you information about chemical reactions.
So you're saying that like a high school student taking a test, you
could derive all of
your
the
table would
valence
not
states
it
of
would not
every
replace
single element based on entropy, because
that,
there's a binding energy which you can estimate with this model, but you have to use all 7 layers because each of the layers is a maximum entropy state. So it's part of the computation to like rearrange the numbers so that they add up to, the smallest number of sizes of periodic table levels.
So I mean, just looking at it,
so that's a big advantage, because the current model doesn't do that at all. It has no way of deriving the valence states. So, okay, maybe have a point that we should plot the values on this, but they may look like shit, and that wouldn't be the end of the world, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying like you wouldn't print a page with your model. Like you would still use the standard model on like a test where a student gets a copy of the periodic table for the sake of answering questions. Like your model wouldn't help them. They would still prefer to use the standard model. And so you need to clearly delineate what information is conveyed in your model as opposed to the standard model.
I just told you I can derive the states of reaction. You know what the valence states are? You know, some elements have multiple valence states. It's possible to predict which of the valence states is most likely based on entropy, aka binding energy.
You don't
The
need a
less
model for
binding
that.
energy, the more entropy.
I mean, you don't need a model to make that prediction. That's just a fact of chemistry or physics.
Okay, let's see the current model of chemistry predict that.
Well, I'm saying you have a formula, or I mean, you have like an algebraic formula. You don't need a geometric model for that. I mean,
No,
you
they
could
have a chemical
demonstrate.
precedent. They have precedent in experiment to say, well, these are the valence states of these elements. And I can just say, here they are based on geometry. Now, sure, I haven't explained to anyone how to do that, but that's my prerogative, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you want your, I mean, if you want to advance your idea, you have to you move forward in doing this, and I mean, the reality is, if once you publish your idea, then people will understand the concept, will either validate it or not, and because they'll be able to do the calculations from what you offer, and once you've done that, so to say, it's beyond you. It's been put out there for any scientist to use and advance on.
It's technically already out there with any scientist to use and advance on. Technically. I got to come in and teach people how to count now? Is that right? Just checking that that's what I'm being asked to do, to count to 4, right? Because nobody knows how to do that,
Not even
right?
sure if your layout is unique. That I mean, like it could be those previous layouts are actually the same as yours.
Well, if you want to say that, you can go ahead and say that.
I just saw those pictures, but I mean, like, are you so sure? Like, even the model that you used for this picture, that's not largely the same as
Do
what,
I even believe in the possibility of something new being created?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't make a difference. They're saying like
it would make a difference.
I mean,
if I didn't believe in it, then obviously I didn't think it was possible.
If this guy Mazur's book was $150, but like if you bought Mazur's book and you flipped it open and you said, "No, I'm sorry, Jen, like that model is like 98% the exact same as yours, from like 60 years ago."
And then I'll say, okay,
for whatever reason, it's
great.
just in the annals of the history books and didn't become popularized, but you didn't actually accomplish something new. You just on your own came up with something that someone 60 years ago came up with and never became popular enough for most people to know about.
Or maybe 600 years ago, or 6,000, or 6 million.
Yes, I mean, that's the type of due diligence that you're required
sometimes
to do
though, no matter how
publish.
Stuff needs to be sometimes just not repurposed, but presented anew. I don't want to say represented because that sounds ridiculous, but freshened up.
So ironically, like, I mean, the Mazur's book, if anyone in the chat wants to help Jennifer, like, it was $150 online. He had 2 books. I'm not sure like why they're out of print, and I couldn't find a book that just had like a collection of previous attempts at the periodic table. Like, there was the webpage that had pictures of them, but like, even like, they're probably scientific papers, probably they're connected, and like maybe I'll do more research, but I'm not actually sure how serious Jennifer is about it, that like I want to do this research, or even I'm not sure. Maybe could request on a library loan.
Well, here's the thing. You're saying, what new information does
maybe
this
Wayne
give?
State University or University of Michigan near me has a copy, or could get a lent copy of Mazur's book.
Can I
or
just
like
say
if
something?
Jennifer was really serious about it, would I pay $150 to get this out of print book, just to see if what to do the due diligence on the previous attempts at a 3D periodic table, and saying like, and God forbid, just speaking to it like I said, take the humor as a bad sign. Saying like, you be serious, and saying like, the fact is that it's very possible that there, like I would buy that book and there would be a table that basically is the same as yours and has all that information.
Okay, so tiny problem with the idea about publishing. If we're going to make the point about it predicting all the configurations, we need to go through a bunch of examples. It's like we're talking about textbook length at that point. So that's where I sort of lose my focus, because it's like, okay, it's just too long for a paper. And it almost seems like even just going into one concept is verging on textbook length. Like, how many examples would you have to do before your point was made?
No, I mean, most of the great papers were less than 10 pages, 20 pages, like Einstein's original paper on Brownian motion, really like 10 pages. No, I'm saying like you could convey the basis of your idea. Like I said, I'd say like an 8-page paper where, the first 2 pages would be introduction and historical review. Then you have like a 4-page bulk where you explain your idea. And then you have a 2-page conclusion that includes like a continuation of the historical review, explaining how your idea fits in with the current understanding, or how it might change the current understanding. But like, no, I mean, you're only looking at, like, including diagrams, like 4 pages that would be the explanation and how to no, I don't see why it should be that complicated. I mean, the concept's not that complicated because there's not that much information to convey in a periodic table. So I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be able to, and these things are mostly like algebraic. If like if you're just representing, there's like basically just atomic particles. If it's just neurons, electrons, and protons, or if you're representing more subatomic particles besides neurons, electrons, and protons. But I'm not sure you are. So basically, all you're representing is electrons, neutrons, protons. Like you should be able to do it in 4 pages.
Photons too.
Yeah, so how many units of information are represented in your?
You're confusing between you're misunderstanding between simple and easy. Simple things aren't easy because we're complex. So
you don't have to write an introductory textbook. I mean, it's like Einstein's paper on Brownian movement.
Why do you keep comparing? It's not a fair comparison.
Because you don't have to give an explanation of all of science. You could assume, it's a scientific paper, that you don't have to explain scientific concepts. That you could, in your paper, you could assume.
The periodic table is a chemistry identity, and I'm making an assertion about physics. Is there a precedent?
You don't have to write a textbook on chemistry or physics.
Making their own hot takes on fundamental
historical review doesn't mean a textbook. You don't have to explain. You could assume that all concepts.
That's not even what I'm talking about.
In chemistry and physics are understood by the reader. You don't have to explain those. That's not the historical review.
The question is, to what journal are we even publishing this thing? Or do we need
any journal? If you write a good paper, it'll be probably picked up by all major journals. If you actually have information that's useful and expressed in a clear way, it'll eventually probably be published in all the major journals. But I mean, first you write the paper, you self-publish it, it's out there, and then you got to get it picked up by one journal, and then from there, scientists start reading it and commenting on it. If it's popular, it'll get picked up by more. I mean, it's scientific publication. You don't have to explain science.
I am looking to put forward something that's been talked about in the context of chemistry, in the context of particle physics, it might be just more than a couple of pages of literary review.
Yeah, so I mean, you're not the first person to take a physics approach to the periodic table.
Okay. And what are these
you sound like God forbid you sound like an idiot. Because there's just these I have to show you the books and the papers of the people who did it, and then you're just going to make fun of them. It makes you look like the idiot. You're saying you're not interested in reading these papers of the other people who have published stuff on a similar idea. Likely you're never going to publish, or you have to take a co-author who will do that for you.
that was the plan. But now that I think about it, it does make sense to publish just the idea about the binding force, because that's fairly easy to compute, fairly self-evident. That might take, I mean, a little while, but in terms of a literature review of the periodic table, it's really hard to know where to start, you know? So you're
Well, I mean,
saying we don't do a literature review of the periodic table, we just do a review of people who've done 3D models of the periodic table or alternate models of the periodic table.
you don't have to give a history of science. You have to like what's unique about your idea,
Well,
and
if
you have to
this changes
discuss
certain
the
things about the
current, the
parameters of
other
science, then
people
yeah, I
who
do.
have competitive, like you're thinking about things that other people have thought about before. And so what are other answers or other explanations of the phenomenon leading up to how your answer fits into the larger picture of science? So like probably the Mazur book, um, which unfortunately is out of like hard to get or expensive, but it's possible, no matter where you're at, you would be able to go to your local university library and get a copy of it, and then like just to see the names of these periodic tables, and then there's probably attached papers that, I mean, it would be the effort, but probably 20 papers or something. Like it's not a huge amount. Like if you already have the background in science, it's not a huge amount of research, and to look up the papers, as they say. But
I didn't publish anything in my job either, and I was supposed to. So
well, because
that's
you're not
just
really
my flaw.
qualified.
That's
You
on
don't
me.
even, because you only have a undergraduate degree. You didn't really reach that educational level where you're
It's
competent
because
to
I'm
write it.
actually doing science.
Well, you didn't academically. You just didn't reach the level where you'd be expected to research and publish something. I mean, you didn't do a. I mean, did you have to do a thesis for your? You said you got an honors degree. Did you have to write a thesis paper?
Thank God, no.
Yeah, I mean, so you're not really competent. Like, the same thing.
Oh,
No, I mean,
please.
no. I mean,
I'm
God
the one
forbid,
with competency
God
problems.
forbid,
Me?
no. Well, I'm saying, like, no. I mean, you didn't even write a thesis paper to get your degree. And saying, had you been forced to write a thesis paper to get your degree, you would know what the hell I'm talking about now. So now, like, I have to explain all this shit to you, and you're arguing with me, and it's saying because you didn't do it before, and like because your university let you graduate with an honors degree without writing a thesis. Like sometimes think University of Michigan, to graduate undergraduate honors, you have to write a thesis, but like certainly for a master's degree, you have to write a thesis. I mean, you're not qualified, that you haven't done this before. So, I mean, the purpose, if you had a master's, you would know how to write a paper because you would have done a thesis, that if you did come up with something, you would know how to do it and how to publish it. But you're not at that level. You didn't write a paper for your undergraduate degree, and you don't know how to do it.
Yep.
So
I'm
either you learn
helpless.
how
I
to
need
do
help.
it, or you just don't get it done.
Or
So I
I
mean,
just get some help
yeah,
from
I mean,
you or someone else if you don't want to do it. You can have your first crack at it, though.
text 1 second.
All right, so I'm a little discouraged by what Gilbert said. So I'm going to take it as slightly hyperbolic that he never understood anything I said, because frankly, if I was I would not have any patience for someone listening to them for this long if I literally never understood anything they said. Like, come on. So what am I really saying here? So we want to think about starting with a snowflake. What's going to give us that structure? Start with the periodic table. Line it up along the green axis. That gives it a completely different apparent shape. Now, it exists in 3D. Describe it as 3 plus 1D under dualism. Why? Because it's got that axis of symmetry. But you can see, which is why I put in those purple lines, that a hexagon will come right out of that. If you project, like there's a light on top of that being projected down to a flat surface, it would be in the shape of a hexagon. But a snowflake's not actually in the shape of a hexagon, right? It's also a space-time event. It's a flattened disk, so it's almost two-dimensional. So it's almost a projection. So projection is just a really good model. So what are we doing to generate the snowflake shape from the pure form of the periodic table, rotating it, lining it up so that the green axis, which is the s orbitals, which is the left corner connected to the right, or sorry, the left side connected to the right side. Instead of being a line, it becomes a point. And then you do the projection. There you go. Doovid's back. I just wanted to address a question that Gilbert had in the chat there before getting back. New study says cosmic acceleration and dark energy don't exist. Now, this is bigthink.com, so take it with a grain of salt. I don't know if this is, I mean, it's referencing an Oxford paper, so if people are interested. Wow. Bubblegum. Tubular snowflakes. Really? You went there? Can I get a citation for these mysterious tubular snowflakes that definitely don't have a completely rational explanation elsewhere? Another interesting one. I actually had to sign up for this. I was reading so many articles on it. Physics World, Strange History of Photons challenges our understanding of quantum interactions. This is very helpful. Photons writ large aren't really visualizable. So the quantum periodic table, it is visualizable, but that's not really photons. Photons is something that happens somehow within that. It's not really clear what it is, and it may just always be mysterious because you're looking at what is it that's going to be causing space and time to happen, and the impression that space is permanent, it may just be too deep-seated in our psyche. Sort of a double-edged sword. To be really good at certain forms of computation causes a potentially distortion in other conjugate regions. So yeah, I just wanted to mention again my model for I'm going to try to find it. I didn't have this preloaded, but you don't need to understand how light works and visualize light, if that's even possible, in order to work with it. Like, the assumptions on Pythagorean theorem don't actually reflect material reality, but it doesn't matter because light is just that versatile that in some sense it makes all paths true. And then it's simply a matter of an orientation of an observation device in terms of where you truncate the infinite quote unquote potentiation of light, where my system will be defining infinite differently because our supreme primitive is the binding field, which is like a circle, but it's also like a sphere. So it really does depend on how it's implemented. And on both the columns, we have like different types of binding fields one could instantiate to model their system. I would like people to understand how to work these out, though obviously it'll be possible to delegate most of this to a computer at our own peril. So yeah, just to come back real quick, 2 dials is really the important thing. Fine tuning on the 2 dials in terms of catching that phase. And how can you turn that phase information into something you actually care about? Whoops. Looks like I've lost my comments here. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's about all I had. Thanks for listening.
Okay. You want to give my camera a full screen? I'll show you some books I just got in. My dad, he has a master's degree in mathematics, and he loves math books that basically only reads in the bathroom now. But like, he buys all sorts of stuff, and a lot of times he buys things in lots, and like, you have an eBay page, And we have a business right now. I'm just selling books or CDs. But thank God we got a lot of other stuff also that we're not selling. But he buys a whole bunch of stuff, and then I help organize it. And some of the stuff he doesn't want or duplicates, he gives to me, and he sells. So I was organizing his math books. Maybe next week I'll show a picture. So we got 2 full shelves, and there's more of math books about he probably has like 500 books. So I was looking through, and these were duplicates. So 1 second.
David will be right back with a pile of books.
These are actually more valuable. So actually, like, a lot of the other books are less valuable, but these are even like university textbooks on mathematics. But I'm probably going to keep them, not sell them. Some of these books are actually even worth high tens of dollars. So I could probably make a few $100 selling these, but I think I'm going to keep them, try to read them. So just show some of these off. Here is problems in mathematical analysis, real numbers, sequences, and series, Student Mathematical Library, Volume 4. You'd see it's kind of like all equations. This would either be like a higher upper level undergraduate or graduate level text. I actually just finished John Derbyshire. He was on the Luke Ford show. He's got political views also. He wrote a book on Riemann's zeta function. I actually just finished. I bought that myself, but my dad had 2 copies of Unknown Quantity. So this one I plan on reading. This one's not really textbook. People probably heard of Derbyshire. He's a popular, math writer, but he also has like right-wing opinions, and he's not really what they call, like, God forbid, like to like the SPLC, he might be included as a white nationalist, but he's kind of like minor on that. But he's got some right-wing political views. I look forward to this book. This one's not so mathematically intense. The Hilbert Challenge by Jeremy Gray, Oxford Press, and a few problems in mathematics have the status of those posed by David Hilbert in 1900. And Hilbert's space is basically the basis for modern physics. And so I haven't studied that much, so I look forward to hopefully reading this one relatively quickly. This is more explanatory with less math, so be more my understanding from a non-equation manner. These are kind of like straight undergraduate texts. Linear Analysis Done Right, 3rd edition, Sheldon Exler, which is kind of straight text, how to do linear analysis. Maybe I'll try to go through that. This is a graduate text in Advanced Linear Algebra by Stephen Roman Springer, and always good old linear algebra. Is that what you said? You got an A in linear algebra, or
A plus, actually.
A plus? So it's always a powerful tool. This one also, methods of solving sequence and series problems. Elena, I know this was written by a woman even. So sequences and series are extremely important. I've been reading this book on Euler, and like historically, like using series and sequences is extremely powerful. So book on this. I'm not sure if I'll get to these. These are more valuable. These books are probably worth tens of dollars, but I'm going to hold on to them. Another one from the same author, Lena Grigorieva, Methods of Solving Complex Geometry Problems. Old like Euclid type stuff. Well, this one I'm looking forward to. I said I just read the Derbyshire book. So here's Bernard Riemann, 1826 to 1866, Turning Points in the Conception of Mathematics by Detlef Lugwitz, translated into English. And, definitely Riemann and some of his ideas on complex analysis and mapping. So this one's less mathematically intensive and more explanatory. So this will definitely be one that I read. Um, here's that set theory with a universal set by T.F. Forrester, exploring an untyped universe. So complications in set theory. This one's also more explanatory. It's quite a bit of math. The Oxford University Press. Here's another linear undergraduate text explanatory, linear algebra done right.
That looks like the same. I don't want to say manufacturer, but it looks like the same company as mine. It reminds me. The font reminds me a little bit of what I had in
Springer?
school. Yeah.
I mean, it might have been. You might have even used like this exact text, possible.
Honestly, my professor was so amazing that he hardly ever referenced the book, and I could just learn everything from his notes. Like, he was, if not my favorite, then one of my favorite profs. And I ended up following him to a second-year course after Lin Alge to spherical geometry, actually, which I also got an A+ in.
Here's 48 hours of honor calculus. This one looks like it goes over in depth some of the more proofs and fundamental understanding of calculus. So 1 second, just gonna set these down. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna put in my queue, some of these books that are more writing. Some of these are all like formulas, like the linear algebra ones I probably won't get to. My dad has like the whole set of these, the Pearson Modern Classics. Here's algebra. So I'm not sure if this is this is from a higher level, fundamental theories on algebra. So not like the algebra we learned in high school, but I mean it cover that, but from a higher level and the modern theories. This one looks interesting. Another Springer book, proofs from the book, which is it's almost impossible to write mathematics that can be read and enjoyed by people at all levels and all backgrounds, but they accomplish this feat exposition. And, I guess just the nature of proofs. And so I'm not actually sure. I'll have to look at this. There's just a kind of like a basic outline, beginner calculus outlines. So my dad kind of looks at this stuff.
What kind
in
of
the
proofs
back.
are those? Are those linear algebra proofs?
Well, the last Springer book?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind taking a look at the glossary of that. Can you show me that one more time? Or no, I mean,
Ager
yeah.
and
So
Ager and Ziegler. I mean, you can look it up.
proofs from the book. Nice. Thanks.
I'm not sure what book it's referring to. Just in the table of contents, here's number theory, geometry, analysis, combinatorics, and graph theory.
It's a combinatorics.
Yeah. So I mean, here's kind of like this would be, I guess, like a beginning calculus, 226 fully solved problems, and it's always good to go over this, like just how to solve problems, and so it's just a book that has worked out solutions to all sorts of problems. Good stuff to read in your spare time, and to always stay proficient, even like chemistry and any level. So I probably have books coming on that also, on like organic chemistry, physics, that would be related, like that periodic table. What are the type questions that you would want to be able to solve quickly and by doing a whole bunch. Here's abstract algebra, a student friendly approach, which probably also has a whole bunch of worked problems. Real analysis, a long form mathematical textbook. Always, good old analysis. Here's just a generic calculus textbook by Spivak. So it would be like type textbook you might get in, you might be assigned in university. There's hundreds of them. And this one by the American Mathematical Society, this one I'm looking forward to, An Illustrated Theory of Numbers by Martin Weissman. And it's open to Lagrange four square theory. So Euclidean algorithm, prime factorization, rational and constructible numbers, Gaussian and Eisenstein integers, modular arithmetic, modular worlds, modular dynamics, assembling the modular worlds, quadratic residues, quadratic forms, the topograph, definite forms, indefinite forms. So, I was ordering. I said my dad actually has a master's degree in mathematics, and these were actually books he had duplicates of. My dad has a full, like two full shelves of college textbook style books on mathematics I was organizing, and so these were, and he's constantly buying more, and he like at this age he's a workaholic and he's always busy, and if he sees things he'll buy them in lots. So he actually sometimes, like he's a doctor and he'll buy stuff off his patients. Sometimes he has home visits, and a lot of times people are getting rid of their stuff or just various things that come across, and he'll buy in lots various things, a lot of books, and so we'll end up with duplicates of various books. So I'm organizing them. I said these books are actually more valuable. I have a whole bunch behind me, books that aren't that valuable, but the mathematics textbooks, the physics textbooks, I've been keeping, and so I'm trying to put more effort into direct study of mathematics, keep our minds working, and if you thought for chemistry, like related to the periodic table, as mentioned, like ionization, energy, the type things when you're in a chemistry class, like electron affinity, ionization, energy, the type questions that you get asked on chemistry tests, chemistry classes, and you would look at the periodic table that would have the information, and you would calculate, or you look up on these tables that has the calculated information in terms of like reactions, basic like oxidation reduction, like organic chemistry, activation energy, catalyst, all these various type things. And if you're a good student, as my dad always, told me, you got to do every problem in the back of the chapter. Like you want to get into medical school, you got to get A's, and like you got to do all the problems in the back of the chapter, because usually the chapter will explain a concept, and then there'll be questions that have different forms that are usually of giving you like certain pieces of information, missing some, or certain mechanistic ways of working with the information. And it's not exhaustive, but if there's like 100 problems in the back of the chapter, then you have pretty good chance of mastering it. That when you have the test, that if they asked you like 10 different permutations of all the major forms of questions, that when they ask you a question, you're going to know how to work with it. And not just like to get an A, so you're going to be able to get into medical school, or get a good get into graduate school, or get a good job, but so that you really understand it. So as an adult, even though I haven't been in the classroom for over a decade, that like you could ask me a calculus problem and I could solve it, or a chemistry problem and I could solve it. Saying, even though because I really worked through it and studied it when I was in school. And then if it's like the Ebbinghaus forgetting curve, that occasionally, just for the fun of it, I try to solve problems. Or like if I had a kid, or like was advising, or in synagogue, or talking to people in school, that's like, yeah, if I was in synagogue and someone was like taking organic chemistry or calculus 3 and was like, can you help me out with my homework, that possibly, if they caught me at the right time, I would be like, yeah, sure. And I would look at their problem and be able to help them work through it and explain to them in a step-by-step fashion, because I really worked hard at it when I was a student. And so like, we can review. I don't mind having less viewers, for more intellectually intensive, and like saying if Jennifer does actually want to take the stuff more seriously, forget the jokes, and saying it's got to be more calculative intensive, like solving problems and the type thing, like how would a person look at your periodic table, get relevant information, and then solve problems that your typical student in a chemistry or physics class would be asked to solve from the information that's garnered from a periodic table.
This is not a very good rendition, but it's a first pass. It'll probably look better under a different rotation.
With the Hilbert space,
No, I just displayed the thing I sent you earlier where I kind of try to blot out like all the colors except one at a time. But yeah, I'll go back to Hilbert space.
you want to ramble another bit, and I'll eat my last thing for like the next 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll do my best. So, audience, if you want to help me out, you can throw any questions you have in the chat. I don't even remember what we were going to say about Hilbert spaces, but yeah, there's limited utility to frameworks that insist on Euclideanism, which is something you have to engineer into a system. It's not latent. It's better if we're modeling with information that's latent in the system, not synthetic. I appreciate Dawn asking about the
Joe Miller just
stream
messaged
there.
me
I
now,
did.
the chess playing woman that has a degree in biochemistry or biochemical engineering. And she's a chess streamer. She hasn't came on Week in Review. She had a little like beef with God forbid Jennifer in the chat over something random, but like a smart woman that is capable of solving. Maybe she's been out of school for a while now too, but said like, no, it's worth your time to review your stuff. You went to school, even if you don't use it now, keep your mind active, and say like it's fun. The joy, like it should, like to whip out a problem and solve it is actually fun. It's like my dad is 71 now. Thank God. Like he's
What problem are we talking about here?
He's well. I'm saying
the
my
problem
dad
of
reads.
a grueling literature review. Yippee!
Well, I say my dad's not publishing, but I'm saying he reads this stuff in the bathroom. Like that guy, God forbid, he's taking a dump, and he's reading math books, like thinking in his head about solving these mathematical problems. And like I mean, he's probably too. I don't know if maybe he has some insider theories or could eventually publish, but he's a workaholic. He's busy working. But it's saying he never tires from thinking about these things, and even in the spare time, saying that it's good. Like you could watch TV or joke on, or waste time. But saying like a good way of using your time is refreshing your math and science skills, solving basic problems.
Mm-hmm. Definitely worth knowing how to do things like finding the eigenvalues. Inverting a matrix is important because inverting a matrix is kind of like that hexagonal torsion field. Does take quite a bit of focus to understand stuff, but can be understood. Got this hexagonal twirly thing. All right, don't want to go in too many directions at once here. All right. I'm just going to start with my notes. Someone asked about the show that I did. I thought it was meh. It didn't really seem like anybody wanted to actually learn about the system. And I was perhaps being too coy, but it's like having been baited so many times over questions that didn't actually help anything. I don't want that to happen anymore. And so I kind of resisted lines of questioning about like talking about past lives and stuff. It's like, do you even accept the premise? No? Well, what's the point of even asking? I just sit around laughing at me afterwards. Like, save yourself the bad karma. And I was being asked, yeah, okay. I just remembered what my rant about the eigenvalues and why I brought this hexagonal thing. I want to come back to that real quick. Inverting a matrix and finding its eigenvalues is really important computationally because you're pulling the information out of the matrix, putting it in vectors. And that is, in some sense, analogous to what we're doing in this rotation. So the original form, that's the two square bottom cones. Then it gets rotated, and then you get to this hexagon, which is meant to simulate a projection such that what used to look like a line, the s orbitals, now looks like a point. That's in some very, very, very vague sense similar to a matrix that is a diagonal matrix. The P inverse AP equals D, invertible, diagonalization, eigenvalues, eigenvectors, that process. If you can do that in an inside and out, and you can get the eigenvalues and the eigenvectors, and there's no problem, that's very good. Not because you need to apply this concept all the time, but it's an extremely incisive, direct procedure, which is about the same complexity, but obviously much simpler than the sort of space-time visualizations one would need to do in the higher arts. But truth is, this is really going to be pretty two-dimensional, what we're going to come up with, Doovid and I, for our paper that I can't wait to be involved in publishing. So back to my show. Strong Atheist asks, like, what would happen if they found another element? And so it's a good opportunity to say, well, if, the model predicts there won't be any more elements. I mean, the model is basically saying, this is one end of the space-time continuum. And what's the characteristic facet of the space-time continuum? Well, it's 3 plus 1. And here we can see that because it's at the bottom, it has some type of primordial symmetry that we don't have. It's not as obvious to establish the primordial symmetry on this scale as on this one. And if anyone's wondering what primordial symmetry means, is that the point in the very center is everything is in the graph is reflected about the point in the center symmetrically. Joanna Miller says, vectors, that's one of those worlds with completely different meanings in bio and math. Well, yeah, the idea is that they're interchangeable, but the only real link between those two concepts is the notion of a causal closure, you could say. We have to utilize the concepts, keeping in mind that they're all derivative, and that the reality is a lot closer to this, which may lend itself to some type of counting principle, may not. Either way, it's more important to maybe ask why we believe that math is somehow fundamental to nature than to just assume it's true and then just sally forth with no further inquiry, because that don't really tell us much. We should use math. You should just keep in mind that it doesn't have any grounding that can be traced to anything actually fundamental in reality. So that's the greater point. Back to what Strong Atheist said, he's like, why can't there be another element? And I don't know if this is evident to people, but it's one single structure. So it's complete. It exists self-contained as a single structure. And that's one of the aspects of the theory. I'll try to pull it up here.
Was entropy not the answer? I was saying there can't be another element over 118 because that would max out the stability of the structure. So
here's
really
the problem with that.
Answer.
If we just use entropy, a naive approach is just pure entropy would say, well, there should only be one element, because anything more than that isn't actually respecting entropy. So there's a fair bit of, it's not self-evident what it means to apply Occam's razor or the least action principle or what have you to these configurations. A priori and residual information is non-trivial, to say the least. So this might...
It's like a virus could only have 30,000 base pairs because that's the maximum entropy will allow to have a stable structure. Anything more, you couldn't have a stable structure. And
No, it's more like it's the minimum length needed to sustain the photon field.
was there anything over
Photon field
118?
is sustained by the DNA, right? Like my twirling model shows how the DNA sustains the light field. So the light field basically just makes DNA as long as it needs to be to sustain itself. But anyway, Strong Atheist was like, well, why can't there be another element? I'm like, well, if there was, then that would mean there'd have to be another 100 elements, because you can't just have one extra element happening basically in isolation, because that kind of goes against the theme of the paper, or the image, sorry. So if we extrapolate this shape to the next logical level of it, if there is such a thing, would be a 5 by 5 square. As you can see, there's 2 by 2, and then 3 by 3, and 4 by 4. So the next in that series of steps is 5 by 5, which is 25 balls, and each ball has 2 elements, which is 50. And the model is symmetric about the origin, so there'd be 50 new elements per side. So there'd be rows 8 and 9, a total of 100 new elements if there was one more element. So I guess at that point you could make an energetic argument and say, I don't think even at that point you could make an energetic argument in isolation, because then you start to be like, well, why are there any more than one elements at all? Like the reasoning style or whatever underlying rationale doesn't hold up. Unless you say the measurement limit is the actual limit, and anything past that is undefined. And even the final state of the limit, it only exists, it's not actually technically occupiable. As in, it will show a signature that there was some type of an energetic transmission factor in that region, but it can't remain. This is easily lookable, upable. All right, so let's see where we go next. Yeah. Got some notes here. I was asked how I get the answers. It's like, I realized I just didn't know how to answer, and I sort of didn't want to try to give like a halfway diplomatic answer that was an estimated answer as to what was actually the way I was getting the answers. It's the same way everyone gets answers from everything. Prayer, focus, contemplation, penance, sacrifice, benediction, revelation. I mean, come on, that's just obvious. But then after that, it's really just a matter of describing something that is already perceived in its totality. So that's the tricky thing, is how do you talk about something that only makes sense to talk about in its totality? And I even take one little bit of it out, loses all meaning. Okay. I'm trying to think of a way to describe some of the different states of lucid dreaming and seeing how many different states I could find or meaningfully distinguish. Have you ever been skiing? Doooovid, I guess that's a no. They have this crazy thing. I don't
Skate
know that.
skiing?
Yeah.
Oh, like ice skating or skiing, skate skiing? I don't even heard of that.
It's like really short skis that you can kind of skate with.
Or for like acrobats, I've seen that, like the acrobatic skiing that they do in short skis.
It's more
like
to like, how when they run in hockey? It's more to sort of do that, but while you're on the slopes. Never heard of that? And there's this other thing they do in Quebec. It's just crazy.
I've seen it for like trick skiing or special like acrobatics, but I've never seen them in live, just on like programs or whatever.
You ever heard of when they cover the roads in water and turn them into skating rinks and people skate up and down roads, bumpy roads?
No, I'm not from
I've never
Canada.
done that either. I don't even think I've done the skate skiing, but I do have short skis just for fun. But it's somewhere between those two and surfing, where I don't want to say there's no gravity, but gravity's not super relevant. Asking a bunch of questions about whether the fact that 0 equals -0 is a big deal, and loving the responses that I'm getting for that. To that, greater point that I'm making is there's more than one way something can be negated. And to think about negation as a concept, what does it necessitate structurally to negate something? We need some sort of axis where the thing is neutral. The inversion is not happening. The 0 or the 1, or however you want to frame it, the inverse quote unquote operator.
So we got Joanne in the chat here. Just a slight discursion, like T-Jump's claim about implanted memory in snails that didn't appear to be the case at all, because they were actually vectors, that it was a DNA that created some sort of I think dye that the snail emitted, and that caused some sort of drastic change in like the location that but it wasn't like an implanted part of the brain where they took some sort of like brain tissue and implanted in the snail. It was actually a viral vector where they took an RNA strand that causes the snail to produce a certain type of dye, and they used a viral vector as the method to inject this RNA strand into if it's the snail brain or whatever, there were the RNA strand, the cells that cause the production of it. I'm not sure why T-Jump gave that as an implanted memory, because looking at it didn't seem to have anything to do with memory. It just seemed like a production of a certain chemical that was elicited by an RNA strand that had nothing to do with memory. But just because you were talking about vectors and viral vectors, that was that T-Jump thing that came in the debate that for some reason he claimed was a memory implant.
Memory implant? Is this about the chopping the brain in two and finding the image of the elephant? Or
this was his claim that you could implant memories, and they've done it in a snail. I showed the paper, and it wasn't what T-Jump said. It wasn't an implanted memory. It was mentioning, because Joanna was talking about vectors in biology. It was a viral vector where they took an RNA strand and created like a virus shell for the RNA strand, and then injected it in the snail. And then in the same way that a virus takes over a cell, that the vector entered the snail, and the RNA strand entered the cell that might have been in the snail brain, and that caused the snail to make a certain type of dye that may have been related to spatial memory, because it caused the release of this dye caused some sort of spatial, the snail to move in a different direction. But T-Jump made it sound like they implanted memories in a snail's brain, and like from what I looked into the paper, that's not at all what it was. It was actually a viral vector that just elicited, through the implanting of an RNA strand, that caused the snail to secrete some sort of dye. But it was a natural process, like that the snail does on its own.
Is that and that was
and
what
they
he was
were-
saying was a memory? A snail secreting dye?
Well, from our debate, that's what he said, and I was like, I'll have to look at that. It was, so I said, even if he's right, I still didn't, because I think that the brain does memories, but I was suspect that, like, no, you can't implant a memory in someone's brain. We don't have the technology to do that. Science hasn't done that. So he's like, no, it's been done in snails. And I looked into it and say, like, no, it was a viral vector RNA strand implant that just elicited the secretion of some sort of dye that's a natural process already. And so I'm not sure if that's the only thing I could find. So I think T-Jump was inaccurate, and so it's random. I was just thinking of that because you're talking, Joanna mentioned vectors in biology, but it was so they used a viral vector to implant the RNA strand.
That's
into
like
the snail.
saying getting a poo implant for having shit digestion from a young and healthy, vigorous man is somehow causing what?
I don't know why you're giving some stupid example. No, I'm saying I said it exactly what it is. It was a a viral shell, like
It
we
just
call a
seems
vector.
like they're calling it something on that level, evolution, and it clearly isn't. Or not evolution, sorry, memories,
I think
and it
T
clearly
just
isn't.
doesn't understand the science like that. But and Joanna, maybe she does that. But like you could implant an RNA strand through a man-made virus. And it's not a man-made virus. They have like we call a vector, like a hollow viral shell, like the COVID-19, whatever it has a shell that uses the spike, the ACE2 receptor spike protein. But there's all sorts of viral vector shells that could be used. And what the virus does is once it attaches onto the receptor of the given cell, it implants an RNA strand. And so, just mentioning what T Jump was talking about in his incorrect understanding had nothing to do with memory. It was just an artificial eliciting of a normal bodily response. And that's because, like however the cells use RNA to elicit the creation of protein synthesis, and that you could inject an RNA into a cell, but so like humans, we don't have a method, from what my knowledge, to inject an RNA artificially into a cell, but the way that we do it is with a viral vector that we put the RNA into artificially into
Yeah, and what is that supposed to prove exactly? That they now have a transcendent wisdom of consciousness because they got a snail to shit out some ink? Like, what is this? What is this supposed to substantiate as a thesis? It's so flimsy.
T Jump was claiming that they implanted memories into a snail, and like that's not at all what it appeared to be.
Yeah, well, no
and,
kidding.
And like during the thing,
Can we even establish that snails have memories in the first place? And what exactly? Like, how would we distinguish snail memories?
I didn't
from
want to get
snail natural
sidetracked
reactions?
during the
Like whether they
debate to
find
like
a joke funny?
question what he was talking about, but I was suspect. And so but I looked it up afterwards, and it's like, no, it doesn't appear to be anything at all similar to what he was saying. And I only brought it up now because you're talking about vectors, and I think that's what they call a viral vector, is an empty shell that penetrates into cells. And saying that from a human engineering level, you could and we don't synthesize these atomically. We use cells. We use actually RNA code that uses other cells to make the shells. But usually viruses make, they have the RNA that codes for the shell, and then the RNA that's included in the shell is its own RNA, and the purpose is just to keep on replicating itself. But from a bioengineering level, you could create the viral vector and then implant into it an RNA strand of your own design. And so that's like what that's basically what the COVID-19 vaccine is. But for the purpose of T Jump's experiment, they had figured out that some RNA strand causes the snail to secrete a certain type of ink. And if you think it's funny to call it shit or whatever, shit out or whatever, I don't think it's funny. But whatever RNA causes the snail to secrete that ink, that they were able to engineer it, and then engineer a viral vector that would enter the apropos cell in order to cause the secretion. So, I mean, that's my understanding of what's happening. So I'm not sure if Joanne has heard of that, or anything.
She's asking actually for a link because she mustn't have it.
If you go back to what you're saying, I'll share the link in the chat.
Just having a look here. Always a limited utility when, just back to what I was saying before, is really limited utility to things that don't reflect nature. Like, what if straight lines don't even exist? Let alone two straight lines having to remain for all time at the same distance from each other. It's possibly two errors in reasoning. hopefully going to be able to go into the notion of building things up from primitives. And then I wanted to do a literature review about that actually and go through all the various primitives that have been invoked throughout the ages and argue essentially against the ones that I don't consider valid. I've got entanglement, which I'm basically grouping the different things together. Entanglement, relationalism, self-reference, circularity. To me, that's all kind of going to reduce to the same thing in a structured cycle diagram representation. Infinity, and one that was mentioned by Wonder Crab, which was neti process of cutting away false impressions.
I saw Wonder Crab posted this quick like video of him doing a skateboard trick, and it actually had like hundreds, maybe even reached over 1,000 views. So good for him on that.
Oh yeah. Looking into set theory and how that works. Self-referentiality of numbers does lend them to some extent to enormously precise computations, and maybe can, in some sense, model space-temporal entanglement. I kind of never argued that it wouldn't. It's just that everything would become a local approximation. Calculus could only be used in local approximations. There we go. Okay, I was wondering, I'm just sort of throwing this out here, that the fact 0 equals -0, is that it's somehow what causes an explosion of numbers? I have no idea. That just really, I got to think about that some more. Came back to the Russell's paradox, set well-definedness, negative axioms. Does the empty set constitute a negative axiom? If people want to see where I'm going, aka proving the Collatz conjecture, i.e. making it a consequence of the measurement limit, and somehow tying those two informational, whatever we want to call them, together. That would be fun and interesting. It's got a distribution that's reminiscent of a heat curve of some astral objects. Oh, and another question I had, are all tautologies vacuous? What makes the tautology non-vacuous? And vacuous just basically means doesn't tell you anything, but colloquially it's more doesn't tell you anything that you give a shit about, or that's in any way useful or important. I'm interested in going further into this burden of proof thing as well, because it's really interesting how much people want to defer to experts, and at some point it's important to just say the experts aren't in agreement past a certain point. That's the honest thing to say. There are some fields where there's almost no delta in expert consensus, but in others there's a huge difference in what people think. Smaller the field, the more pronounced this effect is. And theoretically, a debate, an actual clean debate, there isn't really a burden of proof per se. Both people are just presenting their position and being evaluated on the merits of the respective positions, but that requires uniform judgment criteria, which is always hard to implement. Just people have their own ideas about what makes a good debate. I was thinking about just general guiding principles like framing rhetoric as to make it more plausible that the opponent carries the burden of proof. Some type of an, is it ad absurdum? Is that, I forget what that's called. Reductio ad absurdum. Basically, if there is a flaw, then it can be sort of played with a little bit, but you don't generally want to just take a negative strategy. That's not compelling. So rather than just asserting a negative, always try to come in with at least some type of a correction. Even if it's not the most specific thing that's ever been said, better than just, well, no. Anyway, I've got a bunch of, and then my notes sort of start to fall apart, but to be continued next week, I suppose. A lot of fun ideas coming to me in these various numerologically adjacent fields these days. Woohoo. You done your sandwich there, Chief?
Yep.
I'll try to be more serious. It just really helps me stay inspired to make jokes. But, to publish this, have you looked into this at all?
What?
Publishing, like where we would even put it. Like, I was under the impression you kind of need to be affiliated with a university to publish.
No, I mean, you just have to be picked up by a journal. You don't have to be credentials. I mean, I'll show. I took an edX course. I have books on. I took a course before. I'm not sure if it's still free. edX, for a period, you could take stuff in free, and it was actually an Asian. Tsinghua University in China actually offered a course for free at the period of the time on edX on writing a scientific paper. Also, there was another course from TU Delft, the Technological University of Delft. I think it's in Amsterdam. And another course I took on open science, sharing your research with the world. And I've read books on it. I actually took 2 courses on edX specifically about publishing and writing scientific papers. That's why I know the format. And, I've read books on it. It's like, no, I've never published. I know people that are published. Like, obviously, JF published 10 papers. And, like, generally, to get, like, a mass, like, if you're a professor, you're really supposed to publish, like, every year, a lot, like, at big universities where you get a PhD. Like, if you had a master's degree, wrote a thesis, you would probably want to have it published if it's not good enough to be published. So I mean, something like if you get a master's degree at a major university, you could maybe be published. A PhD, you should definitely be published. I was thinking JF published 10 papers. But yeah, I took 2 courses. I passed them online. I know the process. I know the format. I know the procedure. It's not anything specifically complicated. If you write a paper according to the proper format, and then you submit it to journals. I mean, there's nothing necessarily more complicated than that. But I'm saying once you might be able. I forget.
I think I just have performance anxiety. I mean, I was at my job for a while and I never published anything then, and I was supposed to. So that was my bad for sure. My only saving grace was basically understanding things better than everybody else to the point where I was dictating standards.
Was it just a fantasy in your own head, or
that will be validated by many others, luckily.
Well, I mean, if it's by your position, or if you're given some, if you reach management in your
authority
job.
is not given, Doovid, it's asserted.
Well, no, I mean, saying in employment, authority is validated by a position and pay and protocol. So I mean, it's just like a
also
fantasy.
It's your boss nodding at you in agreement when you say something. If that's the way the whole thing's set up.
Authority means you're the boss. So it's saying if you're the
means
employee
your opinions
in your
are
own head,
too, actually.
in your own head, you're the senior employee. But it's like, no,
I never said that. I was there. You couldn't get more junior than me at my job.
So you didn't have any authority. You didn't achieve that.
Well, that's a different question.
I mean, it's just a fantasy in your own head
that was shared by many people as I gave a presentation.
Maybe you were well liked.
The majority of people working in this field in the world.
I mean, was there an official path for a seniorship in management that you didn't achieve, and you were just well liked?
I don't want to be a manager. I never wanted to be a manager. Like, I love my job because I get to help so many people. I got to help, just so many people. It's incredible.
Yeah, but enough of your fantasies. I'm saying just the facts. I'm saying like employment structures are employment structures.
The facts are,
and there's
hierarchies,
and you either moved up or you didn't. And we're not even talking about publishing, but I'm saying like if there's some sort of hierarchy in your employment field, and you're either moved up the hierarchy or you didn't. And if you're saying like you were offered
There's factions.
you
I'm
were offered
sorry,
the
but in
promotion and you
government
turned it
hierarchies,
down,
there's factions. I'm sorry.
you were saying you were offered the promotion and you turned it down, or just in your fantasy in your head you thought like
I wasn't offered a
like that
promotion ever. And Joanna's backing me up here. Yeah,
Joanna
it's not
cannot
fun to
post
be a
links.
manager.
You,
It's
you need
not.
a
It's not a desirable position, at least not for me.
if Jennifer doesn't want to wrench you, you could Facebook message me the link and I'll post it for you. But you need a wrench to post the links.
Do you
Joanne.
honestly think I'm that petty?
Well, you might be. I mean, the type of person that
might
has
be.
fantasies about being management when they're not.
I said I was an authority. I never said I was a manager. I did
Authority
manage
is an
projects.
official position. It's not a fantasy in your head.
Authority is a person whose opinions get followed in procedures,
No,
in my view.
authority in the business world is an official position. Saying you could have a theoretical version of like being authority, and when I talk, people listen. But especially in the government world or any employment world, there's official hierarchies and authority, and you're either one or you're not, and otherwise it's a fantasy in your head. And maybe you were well respected and liked among your peers, but it's not the same thing.
We were the only people doing. My boss dictated the standards for.
So now Joanna was wrenched, so now she is an authority. She has the honored wrench. As where before, she did not have the honored wrench. So I mean there's clear hierarchy structure. So now anyone will see the wrench, respect the wrench. So he's like, oh no, I was well respected and liked among my peers without the ceremonial wrench, with the the attached special privileges that the wrench allows you to have. But there is a factual wrench that factually allows you to do things that without one you can't, no matter how respected among your peers you are without it.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly in a government hierarchy, if there's like computers and there's access to information, usually there's payment. Like saying karma is money. That you get promoted, you get paid more. Like you get responsibility where you have people under you, and it's your responsibility to make sure they're doing their job right, and you have the ability to either personally reprehend them or report them, where your voice will be listened to as the authority in charge of them. Some of these hierarchy structures are very clear. So you could talk about esoteric, spiritual, like
it's
the
about
power.
who's willing to put their ass on the line if something goes sideways. There's not always a great lineup of people who want to do that.
The material realm is very clear in these things. I mean, the spiritual measuring, we talked about this in general, like with psychometrics. Things are quantitative; they could be measured, like typing speed. Various like chess ratings. They could be measured, and they're quite indicative, even if they're not clear and decisive. But in the material realm, especially in employment or government or legal, there's clear hierarchies and there's clear delineations, like the military, of ranks and hierarchies, and your position is clear. You have a fantasy in your head how you're on the bottom and you're really on top, but it's like, no, you have a rank,
dictating
you have a
standards for the
position.
quadrillionth time. It's not about having power and management. I didn't have any management power, okay? But employees, technical experts, have certain domains of authority. That's what they're paid for.
Yeah, I mean, you want to say
part of the job.
There's more, there's more and a bigger responsibility. There's more stress, and like being promoted in management means being in charge of people, and of course that's added stress. And but I'm just saying that those hierarchies are clear. So I mean, you could have a fantasy in your head like you're really in charge when you're not.
Right. But I never
And
said
I mean, you could say that like, okay, like everyone hates the boss and everyone loves me.
We actually liked the boss, or at least I thought he was cool.
I mean, you could be in a situation where like, okay, you're a low-ranking employee and you're very popular among your peers, and the boss is very unpopular, but they're still the boss and you're not. even if like like the party afterwards, or when like you're well liked or respected, or might even people might even listen to you more than the other person. But I'm saying the actual material elements that come with leadership, with power, uh, aren't the same without the official position and the authorities granted with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's basic Freemasonry to that level. I mean, it's important to understand soft power or influence in the way that, yes, I mean, you could be, you could be like a secretary at a major firm who everybody likes, and you maybe has some fringe benefit or benefits. Maybe you could marry one of the top lawyers, being a secretary that's well liked. But like, no, you're still just a secretary, even if you're the most popular person at the firm, and the senior partners are all disliked.
Well, there's nothing like that.
Well, there's some sort of hierarchy. Saying so if you're, you're just a basic staff level employee that is doing your cases and work, and you have you're well respected among your peers. They seek you for advice and mentorship, even though you don't have an official position of seniority. That's possible.
Well, it's part of the job description. That's why we had to go to all these things to maintain testimonial credibility or authority, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so I don't know how we got on this, but it was burden of proof shifting.
When we were talking about actually working together to write a paper, and that's what I'm trying to get this, call like this shit out of your head so you could actually accomplish something. And saying like, okay, you could have like your personal understandings of whatever, but like just the facts, just the protocol. You have to follow the protocol. You're not going to get. That's how you get published. That's how you advance, is understanding the rules and the hierarchy, and following along. So and it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with being well liked or even respected, because it's to a certain extent you follow the protocol. You get approved. You don't have to convince anybody to like you. You just have to write a paper in the accepted format and have it submitted. And you could be a jerk and unliked, but if you do it in the correct format and make the correct applications, you'll be advanced, even if no one likes you.
I'm saying no one likes me?
Why? Because it's irrelevant to the protocol. You're saying I followed protocol. Like I said, I wrote my paper and the accepted protocol. I'm submitting it. You don't have to convince someone to like you or do you a favor. You just have to follow the protocol.
I guess I have a really hard time getting started. It never seemed the value proposition was really there to do that. I'm trying to explain that, and you're taking it as me trying to push back on your good intention to help me, and I do want your help. I just it's hard to get motivated for stuff sometimes that it doesn't. I don't know. There's a good chance. I feel there's a good chance it won't get published, no matter how good it is. I'm probably wrong, but that's how I feel.
No,
Maybe I'm just super
it'll get
negative,
published even if it's crap.
Yeah.
You write a paper in the right format, you'll be able to get it published even if it's crap. They publish crap all the time. Like most of the stuff published is crap. I mean, you're 100% incorrect. All you have to do is write a paper in proper format and following protocol, and it'll be published, even if it's crap.
So if most of what gets published is crap, why does it matter to publish?
Because it's protocol. Saying saying that serious scientists won't peer review and your efforts if it's not published. So just most of the stuff is public. I mean, you're saying like the assumption is basically like everything that's not published is certainly crap, even though the majority of published stuff is crap. So I'm saying like, yeah, you could write something that's crap and it'll still get published if you go through the right protocol to get it published. But it's saying like no one's going to take your unpublished stuff seriously. Even if you get something published, they may not take it seriously because because most published stuff is crap. But it's saying like no serious scientist is even going to read something or bother peer reviewing if it's not published.
Hmm.
And then you'd be on like a database, and you could like JF, you get like a like a number. Like you put on your webpage, you have an official. I think they give you a number when you get published like that. Official. Like.
I'd rather wait and then help someone else publish something to do with it, like the chemistry stuff. That's a huge undertaking and probably deserves a book or at least a long pamphlet. To get the full point across, it's going to take more than a published paper, and even a published paper doesn't really get the point across. So,
Well, so you only submit
it's way
forward
more than what I can do right now, given all the other stuff I'm doing.
in your format thing. So you go to the trouble of you're saying if you're serious about your idea, that you will understand what it takes to have the format a published paper and get it published. It's like a minimum hurdle to be taken seriously in a scientific form. And saying it's not saying like say if you had a master's degree, you would. That's part of getting a master's degree. Like even a lot of schools, to have an undergraduate honors degree, you have to write a thesis. Depending on the field. So it's not some insurmountable task. And like anyone who has a master's degree, like part of it is you're writing a thesis and reaching this threshold where you know how to do that. And to have a PhD, you have to be published, generally. So I mean, just the level of your accomplishments. Like you don't have a PhD. If you had a PhD, you'd be published. And say most universities, as a professor, you have publishing requirements. You're required to publish once a year, some even like 2 times a year. But most universities, to be a professor, you have a requirement to publish at least once a year. So it's not like like some super high threshold. And just saying like, no, you're not a PhD, you're not a professor. So people aren't going to take you serious like that because you don't have the credentials. And saying that if you want to accomplish something similar to what a professor does, that's publishing. You don't have to be a professor to publish. You don't even have to have a degree. All you have to do is write a paper in the correct format and have it submitted and accepted in a journal. I mean, is it simple what I'm saying? I don't think I'm saying anything complicated.
Well,
I mean,
the
you have a
problem
university.
seems to have resolved itself in the chat. Problem?
Well,
no more problem. So
yeah,
Parmenides
because like
asked
people
about
have ego. People have ego. It's like, oh, like that professor's not better than me, and so it's like an ego thing where you're talking about bureaucracy and procedure. So just like how do you get things done? And saying that okay, what's the bureaucracy, the procedure that it took for this person to get a PhD and become a professor? What's the procedure to get a paper published? And saying like, no, man, I understand that. Like I've never published a paper, but I understand the procedure. And saying what does it mean to have the respect level of being a professor or having a PhD, as opposed to just having a bachelor's degree, and what type of work did the person have to get through versus some theoretical respect level, like I'm respected among my peers, I'm well liked, versus some sort of objective standardized achievement level like a master's D, a PhD, a published paper. And then it
Did
hits
you
your
know
ego.
that there was a yogi
It hits your
who-
ego or something because you're like, you have some ego issues, and it's where you publish is like no. So so that from a certain level, like no, you're never going to get invited to one of these conferences until you have a published paper, because just a certain level that in that even if you have this great idea, like the assumption is that you would figure out how to go through the format of having a published paper. And if you don't do that, it's not worth taking you seriously. So you could spend the rest of your life saying like, no, you're wrong, you should take me seriously even though I didn't go through the procedure that's required, and be like Gandalf, where you're like, the whole university and accreditation system is corrupt and I'm smarter than everybody even though I'm poor and work some crap job and have no legitimate respect from anybody within the system, but I still think I'm smarter than everybody and therefore I reject the whole system. It's like, no one's going to read your blog. You have to go through the normalized, standardized procedure, and that means publishing a paper if you want to be taken seriously. And you could have a lot of plebs. You could build yourself up and create your own cult or movement. But
so, would you like to co-publish this paper with me?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it over the next few week in reviews. I'm trying to, get you to do the due diligence would be necessary, and that means clarifying what information. I mean, if you're just talking about your quantum 3D periodic table, because that's like something simplified, it's just a single standalone thing that you could publish a paper on, and would relatively not be that complicated. And that, like, yeah, I could probably help you with the research in terms of the historical review, and but you would have to write, the base center 4 pages that explain your idea, the information that could be garnered and how it's garnered, the prediction that it makes, and then I would do the work in the historical review, and and hopefully just give you a handful of papers of hopefully be able to locate the other 3D periodic tables, and you would have to read their papers that were, if they published a paper connected to it, and then show what exactly has been done before, what's unique, what information could be garnered from your theory that it's unique, worth somebody looking at.
I was just digging my DNA balls out of my drawer there because someone asked about life beginning as an entangled photon waveform. Wasn't really planning on going on camera today, so I'm a touch disheveled, not gonna lie, but I can do a demo real quick of what that means. But yeah,
We've done it a bunch of times. Like, no, you don't have to do a demo. I mean, that's the purpose of streaming. You could just
I just don't think I've really explained it very well.
Well, I told you should make like standalone videos with this stuff, and so you don't have to do it each time. You can just share the video, and just like a standalone video that you demonstrate and explain it.
That would take a very long time. I have to severely limit the scope of what we're talking about just to get it to be finite. So if we just talk about the chemistry stuff, yeah, we could maybe pummel that down to an article, I hope. But
scientific paper, you don't teach science. Like, you're assuming it's written.
I have seen scientific papers that taught science. I definitely have.
Well, I mean,
because the domain was so niche that it just had to have teaching in it.
You're not explaining ideas that are expected to be understood. Like scientific papers are, it's like master's, PhD level that you're writing specifically for people who have a master's level understanding of the topic. So you don't have to explain any of that stuff below like a master's degree level, and so you don't have to, you're not writing a textbook. You're giving a simple explanation. You're giving explanation.
How many times am I going to hear simple explanation, I wonder, at this point?
Well, I'm saying simple for masters. Like I've been saying, a scientific paper is aimed at master's students and higher.
Uh-huh.
So you don't have to explain basic concepts. But I mean, simple.
Don't I? If my fundamental understanding of space-time differs, don't I need to explain that? No?
only how it's pertinent to your paper, but you could assume, yeah, I mean, it's saying if it's pertinent to your quantum periodic table, then but you could assume that the readers have the understanding of the mainstream basic understanding.
Right.
So,
Which
so you
is
don't
the
have to you
patterns.
don't have to explain the mainstream basic understanding at all. You could go into specifically how what differences you're making, and then saying that you have to separate it. So if you're just explaining a concept, so he's saying if you can't explain your quantum periodic table, if there's no information that could be garnered without some alternative model of standard physics, then you're probably not going to be able to publish a paper. But saying if your model could, according to the standard model, still be useful in terms of garnering information that's not available in current models that already exist, you could publish a paper. So it's saying, is there, according to the current models, useful, unique information that people are going to be able to garner from your periodic table? You could publish a paper, and it'll probably be accepted into journals. If there's no useful, unique information to garner without somebody rejecting the standard model and accepting some sort of alternative model, then you might be in trouble, and it'd be unlikely you'll be able to publish. I mean, but you could still publish, as I said, like as long as you put it in the correct format and submit it, even then you could probably get it published. But like, no, I mean, they don't want to, have to understand some non-standard model to garner useful information from your model. If your model has useful information, they should be able to garner at least a significant model of it, according to the standard understanding.
Can I just give this explanation real quick? And you can go back to listing acceptance criteria. You couldn't possibly know what they are. So when we're talking about what it means for life to come about, we have to consider like what type of conditions would be required for this. We're just looking at DNA. So you need 4 base pairs for DNA, but not really because they're coupled to each other. So it's 2 over 2, but there's not really 4 degrees of freedom in that system. So you have this sort of rotating photon field. Now the photon field in total is more than just these 2. So anything physical is inside the photon field, which is an approximation. It's valid for most situations. Just remember that it is only an approximation and that space arises along a causal order in a sense that it can't be defined prior to a certain point. So anyway, you line these up as the subset of the light waveform that would actually be doing something interesting with your unentangled base pairs. So this is just meant to be like what it's like everywhere. It's inside a contained region that's having constantly more energy funneled into it. So this isn't just arising in a vacuum. You need very specific conditions. And so this high energy state has the capacity to create what appears to be order. And that can be held in a more or less stasis relative to itself, at least as it's folded up to hold the smallest volume possible given those parameters. But yeah, that's your basic self-sustenance, because there you've got DNA, light, sustaining each other. And that's your basic machine of life. Past that, it's going to be additional clusters justified by what we're referring to as evolution right now, but also have to make that model more complicated to include all the phase transitions of photons, which is deduced partly from observation, but also partly from principles, i.e., what is the origin of the ordering principle itself, i.e., our ability to detect things like axes of symmetry. So that wouldn't make sense to put in our published thing, for example, because then we would just be overextending the scope to a ridiculous degree. But if we just talked about the periodic table and we just talked about how it applied to predicting the valence states, maybe we could publish that. I'm honestly not sure. I'd be willing to try, though. But I would need help. Like, I'm not really able to do it all on my own, clearly.
Generally, I mean, like I say, you could publish crap. I mean, generally, if you're pushing the current knowledge base forward, you could publish, saying that you've done the due diligence and study to understand what is the current base of knowledge on the subject, and you have something unique to push that forward, you could publish.
Sure.
There's nothing more to it really than that. Like, are you saying something unique that pushes the knowledge base forward in a useful way? Then it's probably worthy of publishing, because other people will have, the current knowledge base will be enlarged, and other people that want to know the current knowledge base will be able to use your work to build off of, so that you've already advanced something for the purpose that other people will be able to build off of. And so, the work and doing your due diligence, did you actually advance something? And so you have to, really have done your research to know that you did actually advance something, that you're actually saying something unique, new, and useful. So if you're confident on
I
that,
don't
that you're
believe
saying
that, but
something
okay.
unique, new, and useful, then yeah, you could publish it. It's like not a problem.
What if
And
I don't believe that?
Even the amount of work required to do that isn't that substantial. Even saying the work required to produce something that's new, unique, useful, versus the work that's required to actually write a proper formatted paper, and do the due diligence and researching the current competitive ideas in the field is not that substantial. So that most professors, like average level professors, publish every year.
Yep. And what does that really have to do with what we're talking about here, though?
Isn't that what we're talking about?
Well, I mean, you're talking about publishing a paper. I'm looking at it as what's the best way to advance knowledge as a social reformer, but it's unclear that whether publishing will have that effect.
Yeah, there's nothing to do with it, though. I'm saying like what the effect of it is, saying if you advanced the current base of knowledge forward, you could publish it. What the effect of it's going to have, that's I'm not saying irrelevant, but it's secondary to the subject. You're saying what's going to happen with the published information, how it'll be received, what is going to change, if it changes anything. But saying it's simple, like, did you come up with a new idea that advances the current state of knowledge forward? And if so, you could publish it. And then there'll be an applicable journal on the topic. It's similar that if it's chemistry or physics or biophysics or any there's probably even journals. There might even be like a journal of periodic table sciences or something that there's all sorts of journals, and then you submit your paper to journals, and then they hopefully they eventually carry it.
It's been hard to imagine.
It's not hard to imagine. It's saying like I mean I'm saying like extremely basic things like I just explained it's really just a procedure. If you follow the procedure, you'll get the result.
The
So either you
procedure
have an
of-
idea that's worthy of publishing or you don't. And saying like, like the procedure is simple. Saying if you don't have an idea that's worthy of publishing, following the procedure won't help.
Why don't I invite high-profile guests? Because I don't feel like it's my place to bring someone on the show and then start to badger them that they should accept my position. I like having convos. Like, you can check out the Mitchell Porter conversation, and he was into that, and that's what I really like. But doesn't usually end up like that. Speaking of the devil, Daryl Frost type interactions, normally what I get. I don't want to put anyone in a position to have to make a declaration that is basically zero possible advantage. Situation one, say it's wrong, be proven wrong later, potentially. Say it's right, catch a bunch of bullshit from people being like, no way, or say nothing, and then it's just like, well, that's a bit why. That's why I like to put the stuff out there, see how people respond to it, and then put a little more stuff out and kind of like a tango. I ask them question and exchange ideas. Oh, okay. It's hard for me to know what kinds of questions to ask, though. That's something that's come up a lot. Open discussions are great, but emotions can run high. Yes. And I don't like putting people in that position because it's, I want them to come on if it's going to be a benefit for them, not if it's going to be a big stressful thing, big waste of time or negative experience. So I like to facilitate other people's discussions because then the controversies, other people just say whatever. It's like, yay, but yeah. What am I trying to say scientifically with my publication? That, well, in this case, we're toying with the idea of publishing just one aspect of it, which is using a very primitive form of a torsion field to predict the valence states of the atoms, which we could then use as the basis of a quantum computer. I don't even think it would have to be a quantum computer. You could just set up the computers we have now, the brute forcers, to emulate a quantum computer. I kind of want to do that too. So,
yeah, I mean, you get an ISSN number.
yeah.
That's all it is. Like, the standardization, organization.
What? To what application? Simulating microstates, aka determining the probabilities of formation of elements based on their torsion fields. Essentially, everything is just about alignment of these fundamental numerological concepts. I encourage people to have a look at Thad Roberts' work. I mean, I don't know to what extent that holds water. It's very hard for me to follow a lot of that mathematically. I am trying to learn, though, but I know how I learn, and I ask questions, and talking about asking questions. Well, the result's not always the greatest, just from experience. To me, this is the important information, but then there's nowhere you can really publish this other than a coloring book. You don't see how it might be risky to publish one aspect of the theory, and then if it doesn't get picked up, then that somehow becomes some grounds to dismiss all of the theory? You don't see how that's a risk I might not want to take?
No, I mean, the downside is very minimal. I mean,
there's no upside at this point to me.
No, I mean, it's really
you
the
got to
opposite.
convince me of the upside.
The only you only have upside, not negative. I mean, because you got to accept that you're basically a nobody. Nobody's heard of you. Nobody cares. And
My yoga class got canceled.
if you fail, you'll still be a nobody that nobody heard of. And really, there's only upside in that respect. And really, like if you self-publish, like you publish, you get. I mean, there's a standardization ISSN number that you would get. But I mean, you have to you have the realistic humility to accept your current status as say like a nobody, but
I'm a nobody. I accept my
but as
status
an
as nobody.
unaccomplished person, and if you fail, you'll just continue to lack the accomplishment. So I mean, you could have tried and failed, or you could have never tried, and the level to have tried and failed is being worse than to have never tried.
If I do it,
Is
it
really
doesn't rise to the level of my
insignificant. Like
principle.
it's not superior to have never tried than to have tried and failed.
Me doing it for myself goes against my principle, in a way. Me
Yeah, I mean,
doing,
they're
me letting someone
kind of
else
just
do it with
excuses. I
me
mean, you have
for
to
fun
accept
goes
the
with my
level
principle.
of saying like, no, I mean, it's an accomplishment, and however you look at it, you'll either go through life without the accomplishment. You could try and fail and still not have the accomplishment, but eventually, if you're gonna have the accomplishment, you're gonna have to do it. And if you never try, you're never gonna have the accomplishment. And so all this like other stuff of like excuses why not to try are really just that.
If they fail to show I'm wrong, I win. What kind of twisted self-help motivation is that, Daryl Frost?
I mean, you could give any parallel to you're saying like, okay, like you're single, like okay, like eventually, like you want to get married, eventually you're gonna have to ask a girl out. Is like, oh, it goes against my principles. You say, oh, I'm scared I'm going to be rejected. But like a certain level, like no, I mean, you want to get married, have children, you're gonna eventually have to ask a girl out, pick a girl, and make the attempt. And it's like, okay, maybe you'll be rejected. You say, oh, it goes against my principle, but certain things can only be accomplished through like known procedures, and for your ideas. You're saying like it's okay, like like you have a blog or you thought about something, but like no, I mean you're a big girl. You went to school. You have a degree in physics. You know what journals are. You know what publishing means, and either you'll move forward and try to have your ideas published, or you won't. And to pretend like you've accomplished when you haven't is just asinine. It's absurd. It makes you look dumb. So you'd be like the Gandalf, like, oh, I'm smarter than the whole system. The whole system is corrupt, and my principles are better than the whole accepted system. Like, no one buys that shit. They're just excuses that failures give each other. And so, it's okay, like, you're not an accomplished scientist. You just have some fantasies or things you like to think about, but you don't legitimately have a scientific theory, and anything else is just a fantasy in your head. And saying if you do, you'll go through the process and have it published. If and if you're smart enough to come up with a theory, you're smart enough to work your way through the process of publishing it. And you're really just like like you could have some fantasy world like Gandalf, where the whole world's rigged against you, and really you're the best and you're awesome, even though you failed and never worked your way through the system. But it's basically nonsense and bullshit. It's just excuses you give yourself for failure. And there's really nothing else to it.
Well, so I've said what I'll do, and if that's not good enough, I'm sorry that my personal motivations for doing things aren't good enough for people.
You don't have to. I'm saying like, like, okay, like you die, you make it to heaven, you're judged by God, you reincarnate, and whether you failed or succeeded in certain venues doesn't necessarily, your value as a person or your accomplishments in the world. But fields have clear procedures. Like if you came up with a scientific idea, You went to school, you know how things work, and you know what success means and failure, and like it doesn't pay to have some fantasy bullshit. I still think I'm a good person. I still think I'm liked among my peers, but having some fantasies about being a great scientist who but couldn't figure out how to publish your ideas is basically just nonsense and bullshit, and it's a waste of your time, not other people's time, and your own time.
Well, did you get any benefit from talking to me spiritually?
Well, I was saying minimal benefit,
Did you get a
but
benefit though?
well, it's tough to tell. I mean, saying
Oh,
that
come on.
well, I think because benefit, if it's in some sort of objective,
Is your life
quantifiable.
better
Well, I mean, that's
from something I
subjective, but
taught you?
okay. But it's saying, okay, like, we were streaming before I had 1,000 subs. Like, okay, like we streamed, like we hit over 1,000 subs together. Like we did that.
That is actually not acceptable causality disentanglement. If anything, I'm leeching off your popularity because D-subs
Well, I mean, we worked
DU is
together.
way faster. Sorry, D-subs DT is faster for you than me.
No, but I'm
By a
saying
lot.
when we started streaming, I think I mean, maybe it's 600-700 subs. Like I remember the shows where, I mean, you told people on the show to sub to Doooovid. I'm saying those are measurable accomplishments. Like prepped for, some of the shows like like T Jump. Like okay, I was on T Jump. Like even Root and Branch. Like even though it didn't work out long term. So I mean, there's objective successes that we had together that I benefited from. But like in terms of
That's
like,
not
no,
what
I
I
haven't
mean.
published a scientific paper. Like I wouldn't mind moving in that direction. And saying like like a professor, like as I said, is expected to publish something every year. So like if in 2 years from now we're still doing week in review, and we're publishing like a paper every year, that would be something like we've been doing week in review for over 2 years now, and we both crossed 1,000 subs. We both have had semi-regular appearances on major platforms, and so on and so on. You could say that those are accomplishments. Those are notable accomplishments, but like no, I mean neither one of us has published. Like that. But that's why I'm pushing on this. We mentioned already a year ago, like we both wanted to write books, and that's not even like publishing a scientific journal. Like writing a book could be seen as it's a different form of accomplishment than publishing a scientific idea. Like I mean, I could put like multiple truth hypothesis. Um, I could probably have that published. I'm saying like if I wrote a paper in the right format and submitted it to a journal, submitted it for an ISN number, I could probably publish a paper on the multiple truth hypothesis, and then I could put that on my page and be like I'm a published author on the multiple truth hypothesis, but I haven't wrote the paper, let alone a book. Like publishing a paper on the multiple truth hypothesis, just a 10-page paper. It's a lot simpler than a book. But like, yeah, I think that's why I'm pushing on this. Like, yeah, I think we've had a lot of successes. That's why we're on episode 139. We have both have hundreds of people that watch our shows are familiar with our ideas. But like, no, I'm trying to push it to the next level. Like, and we talked about this already a year ago, writing a book, writing a paper, and it didn't happen. Like we talked about it last year. So we mentioned it at the beginning of the year before, and the whole year went by. And maybe there was a lofty goal to write a book last year, but neither one of us accomplished that. So maybe it makes more sense to start with a paper than a book. And it's saying like getting a scientific paper published is within the realm of achievement of both of us. It's just a 10-page paper in a format, and then taking the courage to submit it. And just like reaching out to a guest and to have them on your stream. Well, did you try? Did you message someone and ask them if they'll be a guest on your show? It's like, no, I didn't even try. I was so scared of failure.
Oh, there was a question in the chat about if you'd be talking to me like this if I was a guy. I didn't ask it before. You don't have to answer.
I think that's how I talk to everybody. I kind of like, I mean, like I don't know if it's called like yelling or lecturing, but yeah, I think that's basically how we talk to people.
No, it's a good vision in theory. It's just
I get it from my dad, and
Ugh.
because it's kind of just like no nonsense bullshit. Like, I'm tired of wasting time. I want to see accomplishments, and so get like a more stern, serious demeanor. Like, I'm done wasting time.
You don't
So I'm
think
talking more
MIT
serious.
writing a computer coding language to deal with entanglement is an accomplishment?
Yeah, it's accomplishment. But I'm talking
To me,
about
that's
taking it
how
to
I
the next
measure
level.
accomplishments. You're like, there's no accomplishments. It's like, well,
Anything's an
where was
accomplishment.
like
Okay, like,
entanglement being accepted as a generating principle is pretty big deal, given how long I've been yakking about entanglement as an
I
ordering
survived
principle.
another day without dying. It's an accomplishment. I'm talking about a, a simple goal to work towards, and that's publishing a paper. And it's, I mean, if you're agreeing to it, like, yes, that's a goal that I want to work towards, publishing a paper. It doesn't require a bunch of external bullshit about what's an accomplishment and like, oh, let me pat myself in the back that I made some other accomplishment. Like, no, I'm talking about setting a simple goal and then trying to meet it, like publishing a paper. And like, no, we don't have to, so, I mean, it's week in review. Like, if you want to list your accomplishments, like, oh, good job, you made a bunch of accomplishments. But I'm talking about a more substantial accomplishment to set forward, and even to like, I studied scheduling professionally, and then even like a schedule of, like, how am I going to get from my present state to my accomplishment? If my accomplishment is publishing a paper, um, the first step is writing the paper, then before even submitting it to journals, and and like, I already understand the format of the paper and how it, that would be done. So so it's just how do I get from today to, I already have an idea. I've already done a substantial amount of the research, to having a paper, and then once I have the paper, then I could look into submitting it or trying to get it published. And so if you're looking, you already have a blog, you already have a lot of this stuff written, you already have, so like, like I said, like, you could probably have a paper ready for submission to be published in a few months if you actually worked at it.
Have I conveyed why I haven't? It's just because I'm
You don't need to
waiting.
convey why you haven't. You haven't because you haven't.
Well, I'm waiting for somebody else to help me out with it. I'm not saying to do all the legwork because I don't care how many other people collaborate on it, but basically,
So
I need
I basically just
I need a
told you I
scribe.
would do that. I mean, we even got to Joanna in the chat. Like, maybe she'll help.
Okay, great.
She's even
That
saying
is
she's writing,
also, I
but
was
it's
just
saying,
gonna
like,
say, like,
you're saying
that's
the
an
part, like, I
accomplishment is
keep
to
on
have
telling
somebody
you
willing
about
to
what
do
you
that.
have to,
That's great.
that, like, being the historical analysis and doing the research to make sure that that you're not writing something that what you're saying is unique, or how that fits into the field of other people. And then I was trying to give you, like some of the basic direction in terms of how to frame what your periodic table does, in the sense of like periodic trends, the relative information that people expect to get from the periodic table. How would they garner that information from your table? Will it be easier or more accessible? Are you is there some sort of unique information that can't be garnered from other periodic tables that they're going to be able to garner from yours? And then at least from my end, so I would be able to do the historical analysis, that you would have some clear understanding of what information um, do you garner from a periodic table in general. How is that information garnered from yours? And is there additional information that can't be garnered from the current tables that could be garnered from yours?
Yeah, there is, but it would take a lot more than a paper to cover it, which is why I was suggesting just that one topic.
Well, I'm saying but I'm saying you fit it in a paper, as long as it's reasonable to give enough information to say, how is this information uh, garnered from your table, and even if you can't go into a full explanation in the paper, that you're at least making the
I can.
claim of what your table does, and some minimal. You could even write like 2 pages on trying to explain on how this what information it is that's new that could be garnered from your model. And saying, so like I said, like we had talked last year about writing a book, but it's probably the wrong angle. It probably makes more sense to write a scientific paper first, and then that'll be more like a resume builder also at the same time. Like, no, I'm published. And even if it's okay, I self-published, but I successfully got an ISSN number, and so even if your paper's not in a journal, but you self-published and have an ISSN number.
But then I have this whole variational quantum eigensolver algorithm thing I can probably do something with. So
well,
it's
I'm
like,
saying
oh,
that
I'd
maybe
rather
if
do
you
that.
get through this, threshold of publishing a paper, and if you, I mean, we could table it till next week and say, well, the first paper is going to be on the quantum periodic table.
Not just on the quantum periodic table, specifically about generating the microstates as progressive torsion fields.
Well, I was saying that you could save that for another paper. You're saying if you can't pub, I'm
We're
saying
not going to be able
maybe,
to summarize it down to a paper that's going to go in a science journal because it's metaphysical, not physical. Sorry to say.
well, I mean, so you'll have to work that out. But I'm saying, like, no, I mean, once you get
Like,
through
I
the
know it seems
threshold
like, okay, the
of
quantum
publishing a
periodic table
paper,
should be
hopefully you'll
physical.
publish a whole bunch of papers. Like, generally, people who publish one paper end up publishing a lot of them. Like I said, JF published like 10 papers. So, like, once you break the threshold of publishing your first paper, likely if you do that, you'll end up publishing many papers over your lifetime. As opposed to if you don't make that threshold, you'll go through your whole lifetime. You'll unlikely never write a book. Maybe you'll write a book, but I'm saying you won't publish any papers. So that's why I'm pressing you, and I'm pressing myself to, like, pull ourselves together, and you create some sort of goal, schedule, and work towards that, and accomplish these goals. I mean, Joanne's you need a marketing plan when you self-publish. They're saying, no, I mean, we worry about that later. You're saying just like for its own sake, whether, say make any profit or maybe it never gets published, but you could write a paper, you could, self-publish, get an ISSN number, and then you have at least you have a published, self-published scientific paper, an official ISSN number that, you could, say you're published, here's your paper. You give some of the ISSN number, and they'll search it up and find your paper. Maybe, hopefully you get it submitted.
One more thing on the list of things is awkward if I don't simulate the caring function. Great. Just kidding. But yeah, I mean, I think we could try, but I do think we need extra help. So we need Joanna, you, me, plus at least one other person.
Well, I basically told you. I mean, you have to relook at your blog post. What you need to do.
Well, you can do.
I mean, because you're only talking.
I don't need to look at my blog post. I know what the knowledge is. I'm good.
You only need like to write a 4-page paper. Like I'm gonna do. I mean, you'll have to review, but like like you need the 4-page paper that explains. I mean, a little introduction, like explain what a periodic table does in general, how your periodic table does that, and more. You don't have to explain everything in the paper, but it's saying to have a paper worthy of publishing, what's the periodic table.
Traditionally, that's considered proselytizing. Technically,
it's not proselytizing. I'm talking like, I mean, this is really basic stuff. Like you have a degree in physics. Like you should have learned this stuff in school.
Laws, not weirdo laws.
No, yeah, I mean, forget that stuff. That's your own personal religious stuff. It has nothing to do with publishing the paper.
Well, to me, I suppose it does.
Yeah, and so keep your personal shit to your personal shit, and don't that has nothing to do with having your paper published. You're not writing. You're not going to be sneaking in your own personal theology. You're writing something in a generic, standardized format. That's the accomplishment of publishing, and if you can't confine yourself to those standards, you'll never be published.
Well, it has a theological origin. So then to cite people who didn't theologically originate their understanding is already somewhat dishonest, even though I can totally understand why it doesn't matter.
As long as you're saying something unique and new and useful, how you came up with it, you don't even have to discuss that in your paper. You don't have to write how you came up with this idea or the origin of your idea. You just have to demonstrate that it's new and useful. You
Well,
leave
it's
that.
useful. It's not really new though, but I suppose we could say it's a new
Yeah, I mean, you have to
level
put in
of
that
understanding.
stupid terminology of its origin, saying it's new if it's
Because
not
I
written.
take
if
my
it's not,
religion
if you
very
do your,
seriously. Sorry, quote unquote. I'm not sorry about that.
yeah, but it's saying like you're just unprofessional. Like you don't take your religion to work with you. You do your job, and it's like it's the same with your paper. You don't take your religion to your paper with you. You're reading something. You're not proselytizing something to. You're providing something new for other scientists to read and improve their scientific. I mean, so it's like if you're not capable of doing it, like you're just not capable of doing it. And so if you're going to give some bullshit about principles, like in reality, like people are probably right to be skeptical. It's probably because you don't actually have anything.
Parmenides, I'm sorry. I want to
Saying
respond
like
to what
you
you
go to
said.
work and say, I might believe in a bunch of crazy shit that everyone thinks is stupid, but I go to work, I do the job, and it works. And people don't care what I believe because like I'm an engineer, and they could expect that I'm going to do something that's going to work. And whatever stupid shit I believe, that's fine. That's my own personal belief. That has nothing to do with my reliability to get the job done. You're just like when you went to work, like you had a job to do, you did it, and no one asked you your personal beliefs. You're not supposed to discuss that stuff at work anyways, and so that's it. I mean, like we can
Parmenides, I
review,
just
we could
want to
discuss
address.
that stuff, but like if you can't separate yourself to write a paper, you're not gonna accomplish the goal. So I mean, it's like it's saying it's a waste of time in the beginning, and it's saying you're not capable of doing it. You can't separate yourself enough to be a professional.
You may have a point, but compared to who? Parmenides says, but his proofs were free from Hinduism. How do you know that? He said he got them from the Devi, the goddess. So how do you know what the goddess looks like? Maybe it does look like what he did. I mean, how do you draw that line?
Okay, so you want to wrap up? You have anything else?
No, I think we've got a good sort of basis, but what do you think? We're going to go to the next level on this, and I'll put together a little, I suppose, explanation that someone else will have to write out. Ahem. Thank you very much to all who will volunteer. It would be nice if somebody who wasn't me would actually learn the technique, though. Actually learn it. Rather than just regurgitate it, right? Just saying. And does that have to be necessary? I mean, then when I put it out there, people will learn it, I guess. So that could be used as a justification. I'll think about it, okay? Appreciate the feedback from everyone. It's kind of interesting that there's like all sorts of different opinions. It seems the chat's not really converging either, so that's interesting. Yeah, thanks for a great show. This is good, and thanks for doing the research on the past publications. That actually makes a lot of sense. It hadn't really occurred to me how publishing, just the girth of it all, didn't seem to fit.
Well, I mean, you have to decide if you think that the first paper, it makes sense to choose the quantum periodic table. If it doesn't make sense, then I would probably, if you did, then I'll probably try to locate this Book of Mazor, and then maybe see if or some of those links I showed to actually see if those people publish papers on their periodic table and take a look at those. But I mean, really, just I guess a level of seriousness from yourself, and it's like it's like applying for a job, and like a humility level, like no, I mean, you're applying for a job, like not to be some teacher. You have your own personal belief, that's fine, but you're talking about some sort of specific goal and accomplishment, and you have to be able to set aside other things to just to achieve the accomplishment. And then if you're not going to take it seriously in that manner, then you don't want to waste people's time with that. You don't want to waste your own time, and you don't want to waste other people's time. But I'll sign off if you want to ramble. You get 20 people. And I don't have any streams or anything exciting coming up this week. Um, yes, I still haven't got the new computer. I had car issues. So I just want to make sure that that's, like the price doesn't go up, or I'm not going to have to buy a new car or something like that before I get the computer I was playing. If I got my car back last week, I probably would have bought the new Apple, um, Vestborn streaming. And, the streaming doesn't necessarily, okay, we have the accomplishments in streaming, built up our audience, have a venue to advance ideas and meet people. We're talking about some separate accomplishment of writing and publishing a paper. And it doesn't mean that, I'm kind of a goal driven person. And I think accomplishments could rather be objective, my trainings and scheduling. And so, just because, even if you can't pull yourself together to, um, set a goal and then schedule and achieve the goal, publishing a paper, it doesn't mean that we haven't achieved in, streaming in general, because certainly we have. But, I always push myself, and generally most of my friends and peers are ambitious people that like to push themselves forward. So, assume that's the kind of audience we're going to draw, and why we're, attracted to each other to work together, because, matching that personality type. So thanks a lot. Blessings. Have a great week.
Thanks. Doovid. I know there's people who say it's too harsh in the chat. I don't know what to say to that exactly. All right. Just start at the beginning of the questions here. Does laughing increase entropy? Well, anything with heat. I mean, you can look this up. It's already well known. Very well known in thermodynamics. The way it's currently understood, entropy, heat, it's all connected together. The clue was in the name, thermo. Thermo, like thermometer. So with something like laughing and something like increasing the entropy, it's like relative to what? Entropy is just an attribute. We're looking more for a model that is predictive, and entropy, to be entropy technically, you can, tie it in a knot to make it give a predictive model, but most people don't have access to that level of specificity and initial parameters, right? We want, what is laughter compared to other things, and it's just not enough information in and of itself. But with my model, there will be. It'll be a quantum transition, or it already is one. And then Parmenides says, Doovid's being my GH Hardy, which I don't actually know who that is, so I looked the name up. Let's have a look here. English mathematician known for his achievements in number theory, known for Hardy-Weinberg principle, population genetics. Okay, so this sounds like some historical personality. So fill me in if that's relevant. It kind of reminded me of, I don't know why, just the notion of citing a historical personality. Reminds me of this person I've always found quite interesting. They called him Darwin's bulldog. I think it's Thomas Huxley, something like that. Thomas Henry Huxley. Rather interesting chap. Earned himself the nickname Darwin's bulldog, I guess, is sort of indicative of his personality. Whoa, got a pop up. Yikes. Okay. So yes, laughter increases entropy. Everything does that involves a heat transition. But that information in and of itself is not useful unless you can access other information to structure your model. What's an everyday example of entropy? Entropy is very general, and there's like two definitions that are technically admitted by science, which are pretty close to being the same, but there's a bit of a gray area around and about the 0 point energy, wherein you kind of get an effect similar to chaotic system, where not a chaotic system, let me rephrase that, a hyperbola type behavior, a decoupling, a 1/0 type phenomenon. So I don't even usually cite entropy as anything other than an anecdote of the inevitability that a highly ordered configuration will tend towards disorder. Bedrooms don't get clean by themselves. You have to clean your room. You know, that's sort of the example I'll tend to cite, that entropy being a thing is substantiated by virtue of this constant dissipation, fundamentally driven by heat. Next step in understanding being integrating the limits of that dissipation. Because to just extrapolate the dissipation to, infinite chaos doesn't really tell us much. All right, I'm just going to keep scrolling. Ever looked into thermodynamics being, whoa, like the Akashic Records? Not in any literature. G.H. Hardy was the mathematician who mentored Ramanujan. Ah, interesting. Zeus Atheno says, how does your model differ from the current model that is accepted by mainstream science? Well, it's not really a model. It's a table, which is more of a chart, a collection of elements that is arranged in such a way as to espouse the natural pattern. And I'm not negating the existing periodic table, which is sort of why it was tough with Doooovid, because I think he thinks there's maybe a contradiction between the two of them. It's more like an integration. My analogy was taking it from a line to a circle. So the way it differs is that you can use the theoretical framework of how thermodynamics ought to work, aka computation, simulation of microstates, determination of the most probable state. We want to be able to treat chemistry that way. Right now, the best we can do is for these 3D models, which do work, but they're highly linear models. So this, I mean, I think it's self-evident, but the fact that space-temporal entanglement's a thing makes modeling based on the way the world actually is highly, I don't want to say not beginner-friendly, but you're into one of those territories where it seems easy, but then, oh, well, I want to go and implement it. Oh, right. I need all this compute power to even start to think about doing that. So I guess the shortest way I could describe how my model differs is to simply say that it's a higher compression factor. And I can compare it with an extant from the extant model, but the quantum periodic table is not the sole thing that I'm talking about. So it's a bit tricky, but if we're just talking about the periodic table, it is a more, I suppose, a sharper rendering of a space-time event than what we're now calling a space-time event, which we'll see maybe doesn't make sense to call it space-time event. We'll just sort of play with the ideas a little bit before deciding. So I'm trying to find my example, but as usual, it's not coming up. I wanted to show my space-time event, so maybe I'll just go to like a quick break, and if people want to put more questions. That's great. Hey, I hope there wasn't too much dead air there. I was wondering if that was going to happen. Anyway, have I looked into thermodynamics being like the Akashic records? No. I learn about Akash the traditional way through the medical discipline called Ayurveda. It's one of the fundamental elements. So the aim is not to increase entropy. There's no aim that's really generalizable. You could say for certain types of machines, yeah, absolutely. You want to maximize, I would call it the mechanical efficiency. But then when we're talking about our own state of mind, are we looking to maximize the mechanical efficiency? Well, no. Are we looking to maximize the orderedness? Maybe that's good. You're sort of into the territory of like, well, is it good to take mushrooms to get enlightenment? And the answer is obviously not really. It's a lot of different aims, but the easiest way to get an introduction is to try the technology in service of a particular goal. There, if one goes on a path to self-improvement, there will be some practices that could be described as gathering, which can be said to overall lower the entropy of certain mental processes, but then to turn around and say that that's a supreme virtue. Well, no. Supreme virtue is the Ahimsa principle of minimizing harm. Everything else is in service of that. And so the main disagreement is to like what is the primary means towards that. So to say like there was one answer would sort of be going against the form of the answer. What kind of music do I like? Music that reminds me of either times or people that I like. In terms of the style of music, my mom was an aerobics instructor, which was in like the early 90s. So that era of super happy aerobics type music brings back a lot of fond memories, but am I listening to that? Not much. Unless I'm in some sort of a nostalgic mood, which is sort of random. Can I play an instrument? No. What's my general philosophy on music? I don't know that I have a philosophy on music. I think I would be fibbing if I said I had a philosophy on music. I have an affinity for philosophy, but again, it's in the service of the principle. So let's see here. It's hard to comment on philosophy of music because that's probably something I've never really looked up. Personally, what I can say about music, I don't know if anyone cares to hear this, but I love chilling with artists generally. Musicians in particular, especially those musicians that, and it always amazes me when people could do this, like, what? You could play by ear. And I'm told it's actually not that uncommon that people could do this. Like, if I had a gun to my head and I had to learn how to play an instrument, I'd probably be dead in 30 minutes, unless the instrument was like one of those triangles. It's just about tempo. I am interested to hear people's philosophies on music for the same reason as hearing their general philosophies, because it helps me understand people better and get my points across a little bit easier. Skyworks thinks that Akashic records are misunderstanding the collective accumulated conscious experience. Okay, think about the past as still having some bearing on the present, and we don't know what that is. But it's there, because to say otherwise is sort of just like, well, that's a bit much, right? So it's unclear what the bearing of the past on the present is, though. So the way we formalize that is we say, well, okay, the most untapped, most pure version of what's the trace of the past and the present is this Akashic record. My thoughts on the Mahabharat: interesting story in the modern day, very much used to support a Jesus type narrative, which I think is connected to another archetype, which is sort of like the hero of Mahabharat. That would be a bit much to go into right now, but as far as the story, it's very fascinating. Quite enjoyed it. It's called, it's part of the class of literature that would be described as Puranic. So it has some valuable information, but it's not considered authoritative. Free World Words says mushrooms are a dangerous shortcut to come to realization of oneness. Well, even without the drugs, you're looking at landing a 747 on a dime. It's obviously exaggerated, but, and I know it annoys a lot of people that there is this huge process at the beginning of qualification, but it needs to happen. There needs to be a process of hollowing out false beliefs in order to become large enough to land that 747 on you. Skyberg says, not sure whether people understand evolving states fully and thus associated with an imagined mysticism. I think we could be pretty sure that, yeah, it's always going to be anything, in my opinion, anything to do with consciousness at a certain point will become the domain of mysticism. And the most you can do is really demystify one level of it. The rest of it will just always be, even dreaming had very little limited success getting anything across about dreaming. Music is just amazing. The shapes of the sound, the vibration. The universe is musical to me. Yeah, the universe is vibrational to me. So I try to hold this space to experience that. And a musical instrument could potentially disturb it. And so too could math, but then it's kind of worth it. As long as I make sure not to become overly identified with the constructs in math. I'm having a really hard time with this chat here. I needed to shatter every belief I held and start from the beginning. It was enlightening, more of a feeling, difficult to put in words. Holy shit. I can relate to that for sure. Even for someone who's super advanced, taking birth and confers a trace of ego simply by virtue of having parents. It's like, oh, I don't have any more causes of new karmas. Like, guess what? Your parents aren't enlightened. Ha ha ha. BTFO! So I can certainly relate to this belief shattering process. It's a great idea if you can do it correctly. And I sort of hesitate to give advice on this. So really, last thing I want anyone doing is to be repressing when who are already unhealthily repressed in tons of ways to add to that repression. It's like why I felt super bad going on the T-jump thing, and just like there was like 20 people in the room and nobody was talking, and he's like, it's because you're too intimidating. I'm like, oh my god, I feel so bad. You should expect it to take a while to shatter false beliefs, even if you're highly advanced. I'd say it took me about 6 years. And even then, I was still making a lot of blunders. And even now, I'm still making some pretty serious blunders, but hopefully the size gets smaller with time. Dawn sort of cracked me up there with the getting me ready for legacy media questions. Yeah. I can't do my usual shtick because it just being cryptic just frustrates people. What I have to learn to do is still be cryptic, but make it sound like I'm not being cryptic. The way the philosophy people, some of them seem to have facility with. Dreams almost seem so real. Theoretically, could they be real? No offense, but like, what's real, right? Like, I thought of this meme and I haven't made the meme yet, but it basically sort of warming this meme up before I fully make it. But it's two stick figures, and the one goes to the other like, well, what's real? And then the other one goes, well, what are your acceptance criteria for realness? And the first one's like, fuck you. That's the whole meme. But so are dreams real? So it's a question like, well, are we accepting a imminent or a permanent? So I didn't actually get to that point in the reasoning, if you remember, with the T-jump people about like solving or resolving or getting to the next stage of reasoning with the imminence permanence dichotomy of reality. How we receive reality. That's important for Salient's purposes. How reality is also very important. So, if we define what's imminent as real, then we're basically saying the present is all that exists, and that's not insightful. It's like using paper or XY axis, it's doubling down on extant bias. The fact that it feels real, the fact that the A theory of time is what feels real, is a sign that it's not anything more than our own little hallucination. Going back to this question about, well, are dreams more real than reality? It's, without answering that right away, I would say have a look at a precedent that's well fleshed out right now, which is this like Tibetan dream yoga thing. I can talk about it more later, but I want to make it clear that immanence and permanence are two ends of a spectrum. Now, does anything exist beyond that spectrum? Don't know, but I would say that's sort of ends of it. And then there's stuff in between. And what we identify as real is somewhere in between. We're not really identifying immanence as real. Like nobody is completely, quote, reincarnating every second. But at the same time, no one is identified with the supreme, unchanging, attributeless, eternal whatnot. Not Tibetan Bardo yoga, Tibetan dream yoga. The Bardo is what they call the space between lifetimes. That's the Tibetan Book of the Dead. That's the one you want to read if you want to sort of get a comparison, just a cross-cultural comparison of dealing with death. Just like an anecdote, not meant to be a 100% answer to anything, other than how did a particular people understand a particular phenomenon at a particular time, and then crystallize that into a book. So back to the dreams realness thing. We're gonna strike off immanence as a contender for reality. The question is reality permanence, or are we going to take reality to be the current state of the mind? And then the answer is, to me, is slightly different. But there's definitely an argument to be made that because you're interacting with a substance in a dream, there's less potential for bias if there's no signal transfer. So it'd be that type of an argument that you're looking at. And then the answer being entirely consequent to how you define reality, because you could see how defining reality as the current state of consciousness, well, that actually does serve, you can see how that could serve a purpose for a doctor. It doesn't make sense in an absolute cosmological sense. No. What makes sense is permanence, because it doesn't really, since immanence is what we experience, we want, in theory, to perhaps negate some of the confusion associated with the fact that our sensory apparatus functions the way a magnifying glass does. Let's see here. Oh, thank you. And just scrolling here. I don't want to miss any of these comments, but what's happening is I scroll a little bit and it just jumps right to the end. Let's see here. How did life evolve from non-living matter? Dawn, you gotta just, I went over it already on the show with the twirling balls, man. I will explain it over and over. I'll do this mathematical system thing, try to get some traction on that to make it more clear. But at some point, you just gotta think about the ideas for yourself. Okay, what are the rules? Well, quantum functions on the most fundamental thing about quantum is that things are subject to indivisible complexity. That's the definition of quantum. Things have the identity that they do because they exist in the particular ways that they exist. It can't be deconstructed arbitrarily. Effluent says, opening one's top shark. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I'm always slightly concerned when I read comments like that. And I would agree that spiritual realizations can undermine the beliefs we previously held, which is why I'm always trying to encourage people to take it easy. and to embrace the medical centered perspective of slow and steady wins the race, to the point of actually saying, slow down. I'm sure we've all known people who get so excited about something, do everything associated with it, and then a couple months later, it's like, what? It's no way to go through life. And slow and steady boil. I wonder if dreams can actually be like fine tuning into a parallel universe of an alternate you. The way to look at it is to understand that there's no way to break the laws of physics, but they're largely impenetrable in the sense that who knows the laws of physics? You've seen who I talk to. Some people have great intuitions. How many of those people are aiming those intuitions at solving questions like the laws of physics? Who's reasoning that out? So what dreams may come, or what dreams can be, is an entirely determination of quantum mechanics. So you have to start with just framing it that way. And all that means is that your consciousness has a center. It is going to function as an invisible entity, and it's going to be subject to principles of quantum mechanics, locality versus non-locality. Our experience prizes locality. We love it. We've got to keep our body alive, so we love locality, but the universe doesn't prioritize. Tinkle says to write my scientific paper in poetry. Yes, that's a good idea. Let's just double down. Let's just do it right now and make sure that everybody who watches this show who's 14 gets a chuckle. But dreams are a great way to explore, to play with non-local consciousness in a non-threatening way. And I will say that to wake up in a dream, to take control of a dream, whatever that means, that's pretty hard. And from what I've seen, it's more of a you have the skill or you don't. You can develop it once it's there, but from my book, I remember one researcher was so into it, but never managed to do it his entire life. But if you're doing it from wakefulness, falling asleep slowly, you can't get quite as good of a state as in the lucid dream itself. Because the lucid dream is really like the root code, whereas the semi-lucid dream, which happens when you lie down and slowly drift off without losing coherence, that's where you start to get used to not becoming confused, because sort of got to remember, cognitive dissonance really upsets things. We're looking at light crystals, very fine structures, very easily disturbed by spooky things. I remember one person was talking to me about their attempts to come lucid in a dream, and I imagine that would be pretty frustrating, that every time she reached lucidity, she would wake up. I was like, that's pretty rough. But at the end of the day, we're talking about a self-referencing system. So once you can get past the first incursion or recursion or whatever of cognitive dissonance, if you cannot react to that, it's a lot easier not to react to all the other ones, because the ones that happen after the first one are mostly caused by the first one. Parmenides asked if it's Tibetan Bardo yoga. No, just regular yoga. Parmenides says, I really don't understand all that Vajrayana Tibetan Buddhism stuff. I haven't done the work. Not for everybody. I would never recommend it for everyone. I think people should pursue largely what strikes their fancy, unless it can be demonstrated that it's going to be causative of an undesired effect. Skywork says dreams are a realm where the mind experiments with ideas. Yeah, I've got articles on my blog about that. I'm not really sure where to start with lucid dreaming because I always try to make things relative to people's personal goals. I just like to work with people's natural motivations rather than some guessing game. Is astral projection possible? Well, to hear some people describe it, I wouldn't try it, even if it were possible, which it seems just odd. From a lot of accounts that I've heard, it's basically your consciousness is still somewhat tethered to your body, but out on some sort of jaunt. I'm generally not pro astral projection. There's doesn't appear to be much value, and the risk, I don't see what the reward is, and the risk is considerable. Whether there can be non-local effects of consciousness, that's a different question though. That can happen without going on the astral projection traipse, because the locality is an illusion. And like all illusions can be overcome. Wait, so Tibetan dream yoga from Nyingma or Karma Kagyu was an earlier Hindu, or I think much earlier, way early, like really, really earlier. Super early riser. If this is a simulation, does that mean it might be hacked? Oh my God, I love that question. And it reminds me of this hilarious video that I did making fun of Elon Musk like 4 years ago. And I just got him, just sounding so vapid. He's like, oh yeah, like in a lot of ways, it would be good if it was a simulation because then we could reset it. It's like, yeah. Let's structure our beliefs about reality about what we wish would happen. How can it fail? So if it's a simulation, I've actually been thinking about this just for the fun of it. Because I find that sometimes if there's an idea floating around that's just nothing but confusion, to take the spirit of the idea and give a corrected version that, quote unquote, proverbial steel man does resolve some of the issues. So I'm looking at maybe talking about simulation, because the way I'd be looking at it is microstates are being simulated. Those microstates that are simulated are subject to the uncertainty principle, which is subject to entanglement. It's subject to the non-locality. I was just thinking like nocality would be a hilarious term for it, to show that like the universe doesn't have a preference between local and non-local. So if it's a simulation, can it be hacked? Yes, and yes. It is good resolution and the frame rate is awesome as long as you don't upload alcohol molecules. So we don't understand dreams or reality, so it's difficult to say. Well, we can set up a series of inferences that would give us a model about consciousness that would be able to make predictions as long as we accepted that the source of the structure was the same. You can compare this with integrated information theory, which goes partway there. Like the theories that are partway there are basically the ones that meaningfully account for entanglement. So relationalism type stuff. Got to go a little further than that, though. Woo, just jumping around everywhere. When it happened to me, I thought I'd gone insane. I couldn't relate to the simplest things. Well, effluent for you, I need more information. I mean, were drugs involved? Because it's kind of different. Couldn't dreaming also be seen as remotely viewing something that's on a different frequency? Well, your question presupposes a certain structure to your signal transponder that may or may not be there. So, in order to answer a question like that, we need to build up from first principles, which is basically your simplest structure possible, hierarchical structure possible that will predict your canonical ensemble. So, what do we have to model person as so that dreaming is something that when we crank the machine of them just pops out as a process, which is actually something I got into with T-Jumps a little bit, where in that original, not wonderful debate, and how dreaming causes a displacement of the energetic center of the mind outside of its standard spot, whereby the standard consciousness or state of awakeness is inhibited, which is what being asleep is. So maybe I could pull up and do like a really quick explanation of. I think looking at the REM cycles would be probably good, because then you can see it as a mechanical process that's gradually failing. I know, sexy, right? Let's see here. I mean, nobody could make a conversation about lucid dreaming more boring than me, I think, sometimes. Here we go. All right, I'm just going to have to wait a minute here. Here we go. So, waveform. Between waveforms, you can generally, think of them as pretty much subject to the principle of quantization. And even within a waveform, which is what this is, it's the waveform of consciousness going into a different state, represented by a different frequency. State transitions pretty stepwise. So what does this pattern overall tell us? That the purpose of sleep is to inhibit energy in a particular range, so as to allow some other process to happen. Say, brain is sort of dealing with the huge load of energy that it has to carry. And the interesting thing about REM sleep is it's adjacent to being awake. So my best guess is that it's a way for the consciousness to signal to itself that the sleep paralysis is failing. So when I say sleep paralysis, I'm just talking about the body's process of imposing sleep on itself, not the, oh my God, I'm terrified, so I'm already awake and I'm trying to move my body and I can't. The general state. So you can notice it goes down, down, down. Maybe I'll make the heptagram bigger, since we all know how shitty my computer is. So down, 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 and then there's a good period of no change. And then, whoop, and then it goes right back down. A person doesn't wake up the first time they get to REM sleep. So it seems like it serves as a trigger to start the process of going into stage 4 again, or inhibition of the primary mode. Because remember, the primary mode is the top level where it says awakening. When you're awake, you're at that level, probably maybe even higher. So, oh gosh, I really do like that question about the remotely viewing something that's on a different frequency, because the frequency is the right, in a way, it's good to look at it with frequencies, but you got to add more information, because it's not just a frequency, it's an entity that possesses multiple frequencies and that is not, doesn't exist in a vacuum, and it's subject to all sorts of conservation laws that are operating always all the time, and you have to use your skill of analysis to see which one is going to dominate in a particular situation. So probably sounds a lot easier than actually is in practice. Wow, there's a lot of questions in the chat here. Okay, so let's see here. Daryl says, sounds like entanglement. No clue what you're talking about, bud, but I got a bunch of links about entanglement in the chat this week, so have at it. Yeah. I'm glad that seems like some people are enjoying this, so woohoo! Yeah, so Free Word says, and they're guessing it's a simulation. It's a simulation depending on what you mean by simulation. So maybe I'll be able to give the answer that where the I'll be able to give the framing in which the answer to the question of whether it's a simulation is yes. Because if we're talking about the universe as a simulator of microstates, that may be accurate. But then what's a microstate? Oh, we're into a whole big thing, and then it's a bit of a far cry to go from that to our own consciousness, which is why we have shorthands out there where we just say, okay, too much to swallow the sandwich of the universal simulation, we'll just go with single consciousness simulation, i.e. my own consciousness is a simulation, i.e. and I don't like to use the word illusion, but a distortion of what things look like in its absence. Coin the term nocality. Yeah, I already did. I guess we could check on the internet to see if anyone's ever come up with it. See if there's a precedent. Ralph, the fact that you call me auntie, that's as big of a compliment as Scotty calling me a yoga guru. You know that? There's a tear in my eye right now. A veritable tear. HOC says, you can't run inference chains on consciousness. Says it's not a computation. Says who? Kurt Gödel? Do I give a shit? I've disproved that shit theory twice on my blog. You really think I'm going to now accept it? It's one of the most... I have a feeling Kurt Gödel himself would be upset at how people use his theory if he could see what they take it to imply. Tinkle Tink says, hacking the simulation is easy. Money. Sound could be used as a weapon. Do you know anything about this? Anything? I'd say not much. It's not a skill I've developed. I'm aware of it in theory. More the type to use what are called cities for killing. I do appreciate Effluent for sharing your experience there. I was asking if there was drugs involved, like not to be rude or anything, just to honestly get a better idea of where you're coming from, because I don't want to misread what you're saying. Make it seem like it's a bigger deal than it is. But yeah, if people want to read about precedents, look up Kundalini Awakening or testimonies of Kundalini Awakening, etc. You'll see people saying things like what he's saying is not it's not unusual to feel like your head exploded when you get a Kundalini experience. Let's see. It's like waking up in a different world. It's not temporary. Well, this reminds me, and sorry to bring up the mushrooms thing again, but the idea that taking mushrooms once can permanently make you more open reminds me of what you're saying here. It's not temporary. I don't know. I mean, you might forget it in your next life, so it might be temporary. I think what you're saying is it feels like more... And we have a standard state of mind, and then there's a set of perturbations relative to that standard state of mind. So it's sort of what I'm alluding to, is it's quite a different state of what you might describe as non-local, but that would be insufficient. to fully describe it. I think the realization of the existence of these higher states may be more permanent. The states themselves, a bit different. We consider revelation and remembrance to be the primary modalities, and remembering is an active process. It does not happen without effort. Free won't instead of free will. I guess I don't think about freedom all that much. But thermodynamics does define degrees of freedom. And it does feel good to be disencumbered of burdens. So I have to get a new potato. Is my audio like, can you hear the whirring coming off this shit box here? Sound frequency can make someone feel sick. I think changing your body with negative ions by grounding can defend against this. LOL, seriously. It's not just sound frequency that can alter how you're feeling. And there is a placebo effect. So if you're going out, test the grounding principle, just by walking near a tree or whatever, touching the tree. But you don't believe in it, and you're like, this is dumb and hippie-ish, and I'm just doing it so that I can falsify this experiment. Well, we know from, quote, science that placebo effect is a thing. Placebo effect is, I don't want to say the only thing, but faith is the bridge. Without it, you can't cross to where you're going, which is knowledge. Warning, there may be trolls under the bridge. Now, whether it's charging your body with negative ions that's actually doing anything, that's where you're sort of losing me. And where I'd suggest, rather than pre-framing it with an extant model that you may, or dubious validity, partial validity at best, try to be open to what it actually is that's happening. For sure. Everything is just energetic differentials, and you want a really simple model, just think of it as infinity bathtubs all connected to each other with shower heads between them going on forever. And sometimes one can open a plug and oops, it drains and showers into a lower one and glug, glug, glugs. There's principles that govern these transitions, and the principles always arise as a type of a dualism. Gravity and uncertainty. Well, gravity's pulling things together, uncertainty's tearing them apart. Electricity and entropy. Well, electricity, aka, which is mediated by photons, no, so I'll show that in there. That's the ordering principle, and then entropy, that's the disordering principle. So that's just going to keep going, all the way to life, which is, once you see how it works, or see that it's not really possible to describe life in the language of the universe, except for in a very trivial way. So you want a model that gives information even if it's not lining up, even if it's anti-realist. It's not even a condition of acceptance, because it's just not defined, because we understand that realness, I don't want to say is entirely school specific, but there's a slight variation that it makes it a term that can't be pinned down. Always subject to some type of a reframing. So all that to say that, if you think that it's going to work, you believe it's going to work, and you really think about how much you're looking forward to going out to do it, and you think about it all day, you're like, oh, I'm going to go ground to this tree, man, and then you don't do it. That's better than grumblingly going out to do it. And as you do it, you're just like cursing, whatever it was that led you to this situation, and your foot's all curled up, The former is actually probably better than the latter. I'm glad you're having fun, Parmenides. I am too. John Willis says it's all about focus. What kind of focus? So coming back to the streaming thing, we always have to sleep so much because focusing, our brain does to our consciousness, burns it out. So if we're gonna make a better state of consciousness to minimize suffering, do we really want just focus for its own sake? We want access to whatever level of focus we can get. But generally, focusing spells trouble for a brain. Can we get the computational complexity? Can we get access to compute power without burning out the brain with improper focus? Yes. Maybe we had the ability to control our dreams in the past before them. I wonder what other abilities we may have had. It's largely consequent to beliefs. I know that's hard to see, that what happens and what you think and then how everything basically comes from beliefs. Because the beliefs are the things that it feels like you know. And that's everything else is springing forth from that. So even something as recently as the Greeks, we may not be able to just, without any prior initiation, be able to really meaningfully glean much from what they were talking about. Now, whether the Greeks had special abilities that we don't, I'd be surprised. But they probably had different beliefs. Not different enough. To manifest much difference, I would say. But I'd still leave the door open to more research in that. Zeus Athena says, I feel free. That's nice. It's a great feeling. Very nice, relaxing feeling of just surrender. Sounds cheesy, but first word that comes to mind. Tinkle Tink says, the history of trolls is very interesting. I have a book that my uncle gave me when I was 8 called Troll that he got when he was on a trip to Norway, that's written in 4 languages, including English, and it's awesome. So the stories about trolls are great. I feel a deep connection to trolls because because some of the knowledge is guarded, I have to guard it. So I have to be a troll. Someone's asking for information that could hurt them. I have to make that judgment and then let them down gently. Or not, if they're being rude, I mean. Effluent says, my life changed. I became a different person. Nobody noticed. I care more about my life and feel others more. Cool that no one noticed. Probably for the best. Because last thing, I don't want to say last thing, but you might not want to have to be explaining something you scarcely have the words to express. I mean, overwhelming amount of feeling is usually commensurate with a lack of words. Negative ions from the ground protect you from injury. Olympic athletes do this. Negative ions along with oxygen packing into your fascia can protect you from these sound weapons. Sound weapons. When did trolls develop in the human consciousness and how did they evolve? Oof, that's a big question. I mean, talk about something that would require a literature review. And when you go into historical science, the further back you go, the more speculative it is, the more your errors multiply. Am I saying you can fly if you really believe it? No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about consciousness effects. Consciousness is photonic, and to be flying the way you're talking about it, like Superman flying, that's gravity. So the beliefs are formed on the level of entangled photons that are partially entangled by the brain. The brain accelerates their entanglement, and just partially naturally entangled by the structure of the body itself. binding force, aka Skeletor. Whoopsies. What very thought of it again. Sleep seems like it helps cleanse toxic buildup in the brain while processing the imagery of the day. Well, if you're interested to learn more about just a healthier body, I suggest people look into Ayurveda. It's a medical system. It's very preventative, so you don't have to wait till you get sick. Everything sort of just reduces down to proper digestion, and everything will follow from that. The body has an innate intelligence, ability to heal itself. In our blindness, we impede that ability. And Ayurveda helps you go back to the undisturbed state. It's what doshas translates as is deviation, disturbance, kink, what have you. It's something that was one and became slightly off kilter. So sleep, in theory, it should. I mean, I don't really think sleep has much to do with toxic buildup in the brain. It's the brain probably doing that. The brain is sorry. I'm thinking of sleep as a process of consciousness, not a brain process per se. Only secondarily a brain process. Hopefully that wasn't too confusing. Why is sleep called 40 winks? Well, 40 is an important number, I think, in Ayurveda from principle that takes 40 drops of water to get a drop of plasma, 40 plasma for blood, 40 blood for semen. There's some sort of link up. My guess is it comes from a propensity people have towards numerology and associated superstition. It endures because it's a very easy way to remember. That feeling of deja vu, they say that's good karma because just literally remembering anything is echoing back to fundamental remembrance, secondary accepted means of transference of knowledge. Oh yeah, the self-suggestive stuff, it really does work. You cannot trick yourself into believing. You have to actually believe. What are you believing? Well, you're believing you can get a particular result. Well, if that's too much, don't believe, but be open to anything. You can do either one. The second one is way harder. Has its advantages, but I would think most would want to walk the well-trodden path. I love this topic, though. How can people be psychic? Well, what are we talking about? Just consciousness. Our own consciousness, just go with the precedence that we have. It's possible for our own consciousness to pass information to itself. We can go between our memories, go between our thoughts, ideas, all sorts of things. There's no question that our minds admit, even not particularly intelligent people's minds admit information ordering principles. They can talk. It doesn't just, I mean, even if it's all just memorized, recited, gobbledygook, they have no clue what it is and won't for a million years. It doesn't mean they didn't memorize it. Okay. So taking that on board, that's properties of consciousness. But then we're like, okay, well, hardly anybody's psychic, so what's happening here? Well, our body is made in such a way that if we were psychic, how would we know? Like, the more psychic we get, the more non-localized our consciousness gets, the harder it is to find the center, the harder it is to localize the body relative to the mind, the harder it is to walk around, the easier it is to die. So psychicness would not be something that on first pass, based on a purely evolutionary perspective, it's essentially the same argument as why do we have sleep paralysis? Well, if we didn't, a tiger would have eaten us back in the day. Same logic. Why aren't we psychic? Well, because we would have been dead a long time ago. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a reservoir of potential of conscious energy that if it were somehow hacked and deconditioned of its natural highly conical subjectivized dualism could experience some degree of non-locality. It'd be unclear what that meant in the universal sense, however. Sorry about the clicking with my stupid headset. I gotta get some sort of better audio setup here. The thing with validating psychic powers is that the very validation of them may be a violation of the non-harm principle. So it's like, you know, what's the value proposition? Just on a purely theoretical basis, the reason people aren't psychic is because there's no evolutionary pressure to be psychic. Not because it's physically impossible to be psychic. Just big difference there. Oh, Doovid's giving me a shout out. Hey, thanks. I think if I have those questions, I can keep going. Skywork says, perceptive is not the same as psychic. We're talking about a grounding principle. So is everybody that's perceptive psychic? Is everybody that's psychic perceptive? Or is it something else? Well, probably the second one, right? I'd say perceptiveness being the ground, at least relative to psychic, which would traditionally be called siddhi. Tinkle takes it says narcolepsy could teach us about sleep only if we could isolate the mechanism. I'm not too sure how close they are to doing that. Tinkle Tank says, I know 4 is related to death, and so would 40 then. Like, when we sense ourselves going in a superstitious direction, we should recognize that as not a good direction to be going in. Looking for patterns and numbers is going in a superstitious direction. Where does it go? Effluent for you says their goal is not to return. Well, what if that's impossible? Why not just make peace with that? Because all the people who can return at will, which is the same as not really returning, just only go back if you want to. They weren't in that headspace when they got to where they're at. Because traditionally there's an accepted final desire, which is the desire for the cessation of suffering. If you have desires that aren't that, it's just better to focus on the other desires. You can work up towards the final desire, and you should all the time, but then to exclusively focus on that when you still have other desires, a way to set yourself up for not succeeding in your goal. As Zeus, Athena, no one's arguing that sleep flushes toxins from the brain. I'm not arguing that at all. My commentary was about mechanisms. Not even about the ions themselves, that too, but it's not ions that are dictating the movement of ions necessarily. Is it possible for the sun to be emitting information, actual light codes with some sort of instruction that can influence us? There's only 3 plus 1 in the universe. That's all the information. That's the whole thing. So it's like, well, the periodic table has 118. It's like it's still built off a principle of 3 plus 1. Yeah, the 3 plus 1 is decomposed into 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're all squared, and there's an axis of symmetry. But what's an axis of symmetry? It's the same on 2 sides. So, 3 plus 1. The fact that that's all that there is just not something even most people who are super spiritual are going to be able to embrace the sheer emptiness of. It's just too overwhelming. So information in an absolute sense? No, but can we get knowledge, which is a particular type of information, from astral sources? I'm not talking about the sun, because like what means does the sun have to manufacture something that you can directly perceive? Oh, probably better to look at the precedents. What have people seen in the past? Now, Ramanujan, I don't know how religious Ramanujan actually was. In his own testimony, seems to indicate that he didn't know why he was chosen to be the channel of revelation of these mathematical theories that I've honestly looked almost at none of it. I see a comment in the chat. I thought it was Doovid, but that couldn't be it. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Is 3 + 1 = fun? Well, you tell me. All right, let's see here. I met someone one day who could send what felt like an electric shock through your body. He did it for me and it felt like a mild taser. Yikes. Without more context, it's kind of hard to know what that means. Wow, those 2 successive comments. Pyrokinesis being debunked and then the show being fired. Thank you so much. I'm touched. I really love these questions from this name that I just can't pronounce to save my own life here. You know, how can I explain it to a layman such as yourself? Well, I have very little experience of yourself, don't I? Okay. I have this idea that like a lot of people, when they hear it, they're like, fuck you. And yeah. I'm trying to think of how I can put this into words. I just need a tiny break here. I'm gonna drink some water. Thank you for your patience. Okay, thanks for your patience. A lot of people disagree with this, but whatever. It's my opinion that faith underlies value judgments. I say faith is the glue when you're crossing the bridge to knowledge. A lot of people don't agree with that because they like the idea that they can make assertions bereft of faith more sympathetic I could not be. Very little utility to denying faith as part of, it's not even the reasoning process, like prior to the reasoning process, just integral to the consciousness. At some point, you're putting a completely unjustified faith into what they call the cogito for the purposes of evolution, localization. Yeah, the birds here are really awesome, Parmenides. They're just, they're so cute. They like hop around. One of them was having, I've never even seen this before, a dust bath. Just a teeny tiny little bird just started, and the dust on the road there. So back to this question of whether I can explain it to a lay person. Can any extremely complicated basis of knowledge or information or whatnot be explained to a layperson succinctly, effectively? There's a saying, I think, in business: quick, cheap, and another one, and then it's like pick two. Help me out here. It's kind of the same idea. So for most people, the fact that all that information, the only information that exists is 3 + 1 under basic dualism. The fact that that's a fact is irrelevant to most people because they can't wield that information. But if you can, then you see how it applies to every domain in terms of chunking theory. There's a limit to how many chunks system can be broken down into. 7-fold decomposition is the maximum. Now, what does that mean? Well, it really depends how you want to use the technology. I mean, you're not really looking at much other than a reframing of basic counting principles and basic understanding of space-time. Well, we're looking at the periodic table as, I don't want to say a ground, because a ground implies it's extremely simple. And this isn't really that simple. If this is the most complicated object that we can discern, it's the most complicated finite object, well, it's hardly be said to be simple, yet it has a simplicity, which I describe as 3 + 1, which I'm trying to do a bunch of different diagrammatic renditions so that over time, together, they start to form a more complete picture for people. And that's normal. But ultimately, you have to put faith in the legitimacy of the knowledge. You're not going to be able, you can cross some bridges without putting your full faith in it, but will not be able to use it to the degree that you may want to without putting faith in it. And that's not some sort of superstitious threat. It's a simple fact of the mechanism of consciousness itself. That faith is integral to consciousness. Reasoning is a type of consciousness, but faith is integral to consciousness. And fundamentally, we're putting faith in the validity of our own senses to be telling us a correct rendition of what's going on outside for the interests of survival. You don't want to call that faith. I'm going to say, well, let's still call it faith because that's what it is. But it's discerning faith when it is getting results that are true, not just in your own head. You can say it's going in the direction of discerning faith. Good, because then you have a justification. Great. Blind faith. Ooh, always limited to what the boss knows. He said it was his she and that he built it up in his hand and transferred the charge through skin contact. Well, that's very beautiful. And it kind of reminds me of, I think it's Tai Chi, where they're sort of moving with a big ball, not an actual ball, but like a fake ball, moving it around. I love that. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about this consciousness effect. Prana would be the equivalent of chi. As far as I understand, there's no way to distinguish the concepts, whether they're different technically or theoretically is a different question. I'm more inclined to a conciliatory approach as regards that, so good. I definitely had an experience with a meditator once in a restaurant, and it was awesome. I just had a feeling to go to this restaurant. It's just like, go to this restaurant. I really wanted to go back to this other restaurant that I'd already been to because I'm not a very exciting person. But it was closed. I just went around another corner and boom, out popped this. I guess he was some kind of monk. I don't know, but this person just had so much. I felt like I was swallowed up by his emptiness field. And I started bawling like a child, which is totally fine. And I have a meme that can explain it, but I'm not going to go fish it out right now. 3 words. How could 3 + 1 be all you need? I don't really get that. Well, does anybody really get how the universe works? I mean, it's like almost too simple, right? For us to understand. We are complex. There is a limit to what our incredibly complex sensory apparatus can make sense of. That's why we're very strategic about the approach. It's why it's always non-dualism, fundamentally non-dualism instead of dualism. Why? Well, there's an energetic cost to dualism. Which is what the point of introducing these types of counting principles. We can see that dualism can mean a lot of different things, but it's always more expensive to have dualism relative to non-dualism. But sometimes you need dualism because the universe defines a lot of opposites. Doodly doo 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 doo. Whoopsie. Whew. Parmenti says if I had birdseed, I could befriend those birds. I can't. The birds despise all the seeds that I try to give them because it's just so lush here that, like, no. They're full-on worm carnivores all the time. Like, if I didn't know better, I'd say they were making fun of the stuff I put out for them, which I thought they would like. I thought they would enjoy quinoa. No. Let's see here. When modern science gets so many things wrong, what's wrong with faith? Right. Well, everybody, I mean, I would say everybody's putting faith in something, and maybe some people are putting faith in the notion that they don't need to use faith to make value judgments, but that's an extremely expensive belief, isn't it? And it can only be simulated maybe on a temporary basis, plausibly. The truth, once simplified, should be able to be understood by a child. Okay, so you show me a kid who's going to disagree with, first of all, I don't think it's up to me to rise to the standards of Buddhism that doesn't have any demonstrated ability compared to what I have. But anyway, let's say that I did. A child could understand this. It's adults who won't understand this. This is just a simple counting principle of 1, 2, 3, 4 folded out over a particular configuration. That's all I'm really saying. It's not the same thing to say a fundamental law, a fundamental counting principle. It's good to have the periodic table to lean on. I'm happy I have it, but that in and of itself doesn't render one able to use the technology transcendentally. Sorry, it just doesn't work that way. If it did, everybody would just already be a yogi. And it would be superfluous. We'd all just be sitting in a room together in total silence, enjoying a non-localized consciousness effects. Due to some T-Jumpian blood pact with God, we've all supposedly agreed to suffer against our will, apparently. Just kidding. I mean, okay, just come back here a little cranky about this sensei thing here, but like, should you just believe everything someone says with regards to how simple stuff ought to be? Like, to me, it's really offensive to, I would never come into something thinking, oh, it ought to be this complicated. Unless I knew already how complicated it was supposed to be. On what basis would someone judge an acceptable complexity? I mean, I could do it because I had pre-existing knowledge. You don't necessarily have that. You can use your own discernment to validate a principle, definitely. But that's not the same thing. And every value judgment, all that to say, all the value judgments anyone's ever made for all time required a faith step. And most of the time that faith step is subconscious. I'm just forcing it into the conscious. That's all I'm doing. So luckily, you don't really need to put any faith in me to use this technology because I'm just interpreting the periodic table by and large. But how do we go from nothing to the periodic table? What's the series of steps that I can reason this thing into existence? Well, that, no reason. I mean, how easy does it need to be? I would say something memorizable by a child who is interested, but then you're into a question of how long after memorizing does one understand something? I don't fully understand the periodic table. I'll say it. I'm perfectly fine to say that. Skyward says, "It is, but you must become a child again to recognize it." Sniff. I'm reminded of an old story. Won't go into it, but I hope in time people see that this is the best I can do. You know, my shenanigans, just trying to get eyes on the ideas. The ideas, yes, they have a mystical dimension, but I think we're mature enough as civilization writ large that we can incorporate some of these deeper principles, these mystical principles, and that we will have a better civilization as a result. So I think probably most people, if they were shown the information in the periodic table the right way, would be able to, I don't want to say believe it, they would perhaps be able to reproduce the shape. Let's say that if the ground is fertile for more inquiry in a more meaningful way, that's going in a good direction. So it's hard to know. You have to I would say be patient, but things will become more clear over time. Let's see here. Is certainty like a high degree of faith? Well, certainty is a bit nebulous, isn't it? Because our universe precludes absolute certainty in the sense of the uncertainty principle. There's a finite amount of, finite amount of information. It's accessible, but not in a deterministic fashion, in a probabilistic fashion. So whether we can have certainty, well, to me, the 3+1, that is the only type of certainty we can really have. Because it's completely undeniable. It's everywhere. I think a child can understand that we have 3 different physical dimensions more easily than most of the concepts in math, which we, force kids to be fairly conversant in. And I think this would be fairly intuitive, easier to learn, generate better counting tools. I mean, this is quite the update, given that what's traditionally used as an abacus. This is quite the update. Theo says 3+1 sounds like a triangle and a point. Yeah, I'm starting to think it has, I don't want to say infinity solutions because I'll probably have to be proven wrong on that, but the Collatz conjecture seems to be somehow connected to that. And I think if it's true, it might mean that there's only so many independent numbers. I'm very hesitant to make assertions about mathematics being fundamental, even if there is a way to present a more fundamental version of mathematics, and mathematics is the most fundamental thing we have right now. You can see a lot of problems arise when people make a mistaken identification of what fundamentality truly is, because there is a stopping. So if we are going to stop at the ground, let's make sure it's the right ground. So describing 3+1 as a triangle and a point, or yeah, that's funny as it reminds me of the Jesus myth. The guiding light towards the manger. All right, what was I going to look up? Okay, yeah, triangle. There was apparently some, I could say something else here, but I won't. There's very high praise to triangles back in the days of Pythagoras. And I was trying to find an article, but might not be. I thought I had this saved on my computer, but it doesn't look like it. All right. Oh, here we go. What do you know? It's on the first page. Got lucky. Hidden philosophy of the Pythagorean theorem. It's kind of what it reminds me of. And that's why I keep coming back to this idea. Like people have tried to bring information back from the other side forever. I mean, obviously, that's the first thing that happens. Oh my gosh, I got a cool psychic effect. I want to tell all my friends it's awesome, and everybody else be as happy as me. Excitement, blah blah. And then it just goes absolutely horribly because then you realize, oh no, no one actually wants this. It's just me. Oh blah blah. Standard growing pains, no problem, no problemo. Let's see here. I'm gonna switch back to my. Here we go. Yeah, imagery is definitely valuable, especially when it comes from a route relation direction. Revelation is a skill, the ability to receive revelation type messages, discern signal from noise. It's a very important skill. And here. Oh, the second word is Plato. Tinkle Tank says, do monks do what they see? Well, all right, I'll pull something else up here. Just make sure I go to the right place. Sorry about the dead air there. Just pulling up the 8 classical powers. One may argue that all the derivative powers are just reformulations of the 8 classical ones. As a first pass approximation, sort of say that these are mental effects. They can be learned through practice. They shouldn't be attempted without guidance. But they have the capacity to change the range over which your mind operates. It's funny that you ask if everything can be simplified into singularity, because I literally had that thought pop into my head less than 24 hours ago. And I was annoyed that it seemed like all the way things were going was that made sense as a formulation. I'm just not sure yet. I don't like the terminology. I don't like telling people that the laws of physics break down. So I'm extremely reticent to embrace. I mean, the long-term viewers of the show, I'm super fanatic about this. Singularities is not a thing. If the laws of physics are constant, singularities aren't a thing, but there may be some type of singularity type construct. That's what I always think about when words come about all the time, simulation, whatnot. It's usually some, I don't want to say meta reason, but there's usually a reason that exists in a different domain than the original information. So I'd be looking at it as, why are people obsessed with singularities? Is it more than just Big Bang karma? Is it something that arises necessarily? Stuff about the beginning of the universe, Big Bang or not, people will always care about the beginning of the universe. They'll always talk about the beginning of the universe. They'll always be wondering. It's just mysterious. We probe the limits of our understanding for the same reason we do the Olympics, you know. Pushing towards those higher states of energy. Skyworks 600. Dualism is a polarity of the oneness. Please. Let's save the hash-headed observations. Let's try to really get a deeper understanding rather than just randomly saying stuff. Non-dualism. Why do we start with non-dualism? Energetically cheaper. Why is it energetically cheaper? Least action principle. Why that? Huge evidentiary basis. How do we analogize non-dualism? Circle. Because we talk about dualism as deformations on a circle or circle-like things. So when we talk about dualism, what's the associated shape to dualism? Well, it's a line because it's a spectrum, because it's extremes. Because dualism, as a principle, if you just let anything be dualism, it dilutes the meaning. You really only want to define dualism as a certain class of things that can qualified as fundamentally dual. And when you do, determine in what order they arise so that they won't be kind of stepping on each other's feet in terms of your analysis. It's non-trivial what effect trumps what at what scale, which is why having experience with non-local states of consciousness allows you to make those estimations much faster. I'm really sorry about the noise my headset's causing. Just really need to get a better microphone. Don't they discover new elements sometimes? I wonder how many more there could be. I don't. They do. I actually had this argument with Strong Atheist. It was really hilarious. I was basically saying, like, if they are going to discover more elements, then what will the discovery, you know, talk about science and good practice, whatnot. You know, should we expect to find more elements after how much trouble we've had with establishing the existence of the higher numbered ones? And the fact that we discovered some elements recently, that does not mean we ought to expect to discover more elements in the future. That's basically the failed or the flawed premise of the Gödel theorem. It's saying, well, there's an arbitrary number of truth statements in the universe. No, there isn't. There's that which corresponds to what's there and that which doesn't. That's not arbitrary. All right. Just realized I got scroll screwed again. I can't even remember what the last question was. I feel really bad. Dawn says, Joanna's experiencing REM about now. Please be nice to people if you want them to hang out here. I forget why I put up this diagram, but there was a reason I put this up, but then there was so much stuff in the chat that I sadly forgot. So please remind me if I didn't get to the end of that, or I know I didn't get to the end of that question, and please remind me what the hell I was answering. Tingle Tink, the end of time, very esoteric work, I think. Yes, of course, where time arises is always going to be the ultimate mystery because you have to have some type of awareness of the measurement limit to understand why time is the last thing that arises. And then most people just don't want to accept the truth of the measurement limit. Let's see here, I had another one. I don't know if I ever actually got to this example. Okay. So many images here. Okay. Looks like I don't have it. Wow. Just wow. The level of professionalism here. How can we trust what we see? I mean, you do trust what you see for most stuff. It works. For secular stuff, trusting what you see, as long as there's no burden of interpretation, is fine. But then you can look into things like optical illusions and realize that, oh, well, there's blind spots. So the answer is, well, you can't always trust what you see. So we just incorporate that into the reasoning. Well, for most things, it's fine. I can pick up an apple, eat it. I don't have to run tests on it. I'm already evolved or whatever, engineered for that purpose. That's why philosophy is so hard, because you can't trust what you see. So you have to employ reasoning that works because it's counterintuitive, because it's unmaking the general tendency of your subjectivity, which is causing the massive distortion. It's causing the assumptions about the space temporal arising. How can we prove the color is real? Do we need to prove color is real? Because remember, we can't define real without going into a domain of abstraction. It's so abstract that we're going to lose most people. Do we want to lose most people? Well, no. We want as many people to benefit from the teachings, not just to fan our own ball, so to speak, but makes a better civilization and less resentment when people feel helped by knowledge than not. So if we're talking about proving color real, I mean, you hear this all the time in the debate bro circles. Well, like, what's red, man? It's like, dude, do you have an answer? Do I give a shit? It's kind of like the prime numbers. It's like, I couldn't give less of a shit. Like, I literally don't care past 7, no offense. In terms of proving what color is real, again, how do we prove things? Well, there are traditional schools that define these things, but if people are opposed to the notion of proof because they think it confers some sort of certainty that they've already decided is precluded, well, there's not much I can do with that. But I believe I can account for the colors, or what we perceive as colors, through the measurement limit. And I think it actually accounts for them quite well, because you can actually see the principle of the fractal operating. So if we look on the left-hand side, that's what we want to focus on at first. I try to make my diagrams as legible as possible. So we've got a full spectrum continuous signal of cardinality 1. Oh, non-dualism again, right? This is the thing we don't really have access to. I can compare that with the Tao. Don't really have access to this one fundamental root thing, but then all the interesting stuff is happening in the neighborhood of this thing. We know basically the definition is precluded. It's a very, it's mysterious, but it's fun. As you can see, I think it's obvious I'm enjoying myself thinking about this stuff. So my argument is the fractal, the principle of decomposition through a 7-layered prism type thing, which is being modeled as periodic table here with a cat. It's just a general shape of space-time. That causes breakdown, which is then going to have light in it. Obviously, the light's being absorbed by the eye. And then it's being recomposed into a continuous signal, which also admits a 7-fold decomposition. But the argument is it's the same reason as the periodic table. Because the 7-fold decomposition of the 3 plus 1, that's an ordering principle that is transcendent, i.e. it applies on every well-defined order. It's true. So you could say, well, the fact we see 7 colors, the model predicts that. Okay, you can say, well, that's not really useful because we already knew that, but I think it'll give meaning, a deeper understanding as to what it means and where the colors arise. Because this is where it gets really tricky. Like, do colors, I think the way to phrase that question is, like, do colors exist independent of observers? And if they do, how? And then you start to think about, is there such a thing as an observer, perspectiveless observer? And the answer is not really. Not the way we understand consciousness. Now, I can talk about that till I'm blue in the face, but at the end of the day, you've got to kind of experience it directly to know. A lot of the work that I do here is beating around the bush to long term make that point that, yeah, you can dabble. It's fun, but ultimately, you're going to start being able to use it once you believe that it is usable. That sounded like not great. Trying to find one of my actual good diagrams here. And I'm worried just that people can't see what it is that I'm talking about, so I guess I'll have to somehow make a slowed down version of it. I'm talking about the one with the mushroom and the HF8 there. Just really having trouble finding it right now. All right. Let's see. One last time, not to mention it is boiling hot here right now. I hope everyone is having an absolutely wonderful day, because I sure am. Should be some good stuff coming up. I don't want to jinx it, but I think it'll be awesome when it happens. Okay, so I've been through the entire thing, and it's not there. So just do one last. Oh, looks like I got lucky here. Here we go. According to my calculations, what we call time and 4 steps is the 4th step. And we really are basically married to this idea that time is the 1st step. I mean, that's what Big Bang and all this stuff, and consciousness begins at this point, you know. This linear temporality is really just doubling down on perceptual bias that works for most things, but it just doesn't work for philosophy, which is what makes philosophy hard. So the answer to the colors is, I would say, where do the colors start to be defined? And not to be pedantic, but it sort of depends. Are we saying that the colors are a property of our particular chemical arrays in our eye's ability to then render on the mind? Or are the colors a property of the measurement limit? And then do we want to call them colors before they're rendered as colors for us? That's why one of the questions I got asked this week, I couldn't answer because it's just misframing and asking to account for colors on a level where colors don't exist. So I can't answer questions where they have a premise that I know is incorrect. So I would say that stuff has energy, stuff has a capacity to reflect light. And so in that sense, I mean, colors are almost a property of the substance that the light is reflecting off. It's like the is water wet thing, or how many molecules of water do you need to be wet, or whatever. It's sort of an ill-posed question. Wetness is not a property of water. It's a property of other things. It becomes soaked in water. So to some extent, we'd be looking at a goal and then utilitarianism in service of that goal. So does it make sense to say that there are colors in the universe? Well, then all the different layers of the periodic table would have different color. Well, that might have some utility. I don't know. I'm sort of neutral on that. I would say the colors are a reflection of the measurement limit. And in a way, there's 3 plus 1, but in a way, there's 7. And in another way, there may not even be 3 plus 1. This is where it's interesting to study compression algorithms, signal transformation. Bet you never thought you'd ever say that. Because one of the viewers of this show is working on an algorithm, and they're just flat out dropping channel information. Well, why does that work? Well, because The channel information's, those distributions of pixels, those are not independent quantities. You can train on enough data that the computer will learn what the relation is between the colors. So in terms of proving whether color is real, it's about accounting for the arising of particular perceptions. Because we can just say, well, it's an illusion, bro, till we're blue in the face, but that doesn't convince anyone who isn't already basically on the path or pretty much convinced already. So just needs to be an accounting for it. 7 is property of the universe. So is 4. Colors are a reflection of that property, and they don't mean what we think they mean until we perceive them, but what we perceive in them is a property of them because it has to do with what is absorbed. So whatever the color of something is has to do with what it's the opposite of what it absorbed. The complement of the spectrum of what it absorbed. So yeah, there's information there. No, it's not like just happening in a vacuum. Skyworks asks if I'm mixing up revelations with epiphanies. Epiphanies are a type of revelation. So I would say revelation is a class of impressions that are the most reliable. Like, oh, I love this food because it's so good. That's kind of something that's revealed to you through direct perception. It happens right away. There's not a lot of, there's really no time for any judgment. It's the closest to a direct perception of reality, I would say, that we have access to. So I'd say an epiphany is a type of revelation, not the only kind. All right, so we got another question that I enjoy. It's the universe. Oh my God. My thing just jumped up like 4 walls of text worth. Okay, so if the universe is infinite, there would be no beginning. So this is a really long conversation to have, but it's all just about building up reasoning from what we have the most certainty about. So infinite, there's a couple ways we could look at it. Does it mean super big, like big, 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 and just never stops getting bigger? Or does it mean it does not have a boundary? So those two things aren't quite the same. And we also have to look at observability and actuality. What we can establish as there versus what is there based on our extrapolations thereof. So coming back to this, I think I talked about it before, but I'll bring it up again. Like, can we expect using this model to discover element 119? Well, this model, if extrapolated correctly, or if extrapolated according to its current principles, well, it would admit another 100 elements. By admitting 1, it's admitting 100 because the existing pattern is clear. 1, 4, 9, 16. The next one's 25. And there's 2 layers for all the ones after the first one. So we'd expect that the rows 8 and 9 would also occur with a natural symmetry or fundamental dualism, reflecting the fundamental dualism of the universe, if you will. So predicting 1 extra element is predicting 100 because each side is going to have 25 balls, which is 50 elements. So I thought that was rather hilarious. Now, if the universe is infinite, there would be no beginning. There's a beginning locally to our space-time event, and that's pretty easy to establish. If you look up the measured ages of the planets in our solar system, you'll see that they're all pretty close. So there is a beginning for us. Now, can the universe itself admit a beginning? That appears to be incoherent because a beginning, at least in this sense, the physical, material sense, beginning necessitates an end. And there's plenty of evidence to suggest the universe functions on a cyclic premise. That's right. Which would mean it wouldn't have an end either. So if it's infinite, it would have no beginning. The only way it could be infinite and have a beginning, well, you guessed it, Sky Daddy. I think that's the argument the Sky Daddy people are making. Singularities are just points where we are unable as yet to model past and form well-founded postulations upon. No, they're not. They're points that normally they actually come out of models as, I don't want to say 0 points, but points where the model, which is an algebraic formula usually, is undefined. So you'd be dividing something by 0. It's usually a divide by 0. Or if we look at Kurzweil's book, the idea with that is, and I don't know why he calls it a singularity, frankly, it's like bit of a buzzword. I suppose it's a singularity in the sense there's like no real precedent for it to happen, and the logic on which it's founded is extremely shit, and it completely fails to understand that there's a hard limit based on quantum mechanical effects to transistor density, but whatever. So like if we just go with the basic definition of a singularity as a region where the laws of physics break down, it's like that doesn't really exist. You could define a region where the laws of physics could be said to emanate from, but then you're into the 3+1 domain, abstract stuff. You lose most people. Is seeing believing? Seriously? Seriously. I don't really know how it works, okay? I don't know what it's like exactly for other people. I just like to make statistical inferences. Snow looks white, birds look blue. These things are not true, though. Well, they're true relative to the cogito, and that's something. They're a source of many things that are helpful for our learning, and it is a path. It's the first step on a path to understanding. It means something that snow looks white. What does it mean? Well, it means that there's a lot of reflection going on. Very little absorption. What does that mean? Well, insulation. I don't really see how it isn't true that a bird is blue if a bird being blue is a property of the bird. Because really all you're talking about is how is light interacting with the bird. There's absolutely no cause to think that they'd be different in theory, even if in practice people have slightly different ranges of colors that they're sensitive to. That's happening on the level of the receptors in the eye. That's not changing anything materially about the bird or the snow. So I'm not too sure where the confusion is there. Is color a physical phenomenon that affects matter, or is it a visual phenomenon? Oh, that's a good question. It's produced by interaction of light and matter. So there's pre-color information that exists, and it's accessible anytime a sufficient amount of light is incident on a surface. So if we just approximate that the emission spectrum doesn't change as a function of the incident wavelength, and we just say, okay, it's a broad spectrum electromagnetic radiation, fine. So there's step one, there's the interaction of that photon, quote, field with this material. That creates a pre-color. Just strictly happening locally there on the bird. And then that light is partially reflected. And it might go into an eye, at which point a color would become well-defined. Recognized amidst a lattice of 7 colors, but the origin of those 7 colors, that's the periodic table. The same origin as the periodic table, I should say. So the unifying principle is that the fact that we resolve 7 or 4 or whatnot, maximum 4 colors versus 7 layers of the periodic table, same information. So I would say that colors are a composite phenomenon that, yeah, really requires 2 steps to define a color. Yes, I did make the diagram. It's what I spend a lot of my time doing, is talking to people who don't necessarily agree with me, but whose opinions I respect to various degrees. And then I see where they're struggling, if they're coming, if they're approaching certain teachings in good faith, or whatever teachings they can avail themselves of in good faith, then I'm happy to make diagrams to help along their progress, because it does help me just for fun. It's just sheer fun of it. Being good at stuff is quite nice. Do I exist independently? Well, gosh, why don't you just ask me the best question ever? What, are you just going to try to get me to disagree with all of Buddhism like that? Okay. I'm not the greatest fan of the dependent arising framework. I see the appeal. I prefer the single independent entity and then everything being dependent on that. So I'm fine with dependent arising as long as it's everything being arising from the thing upon which 3 plus 1 is dependent on. So that's not really talking about me as Jen. Is like, to what extent can our existence possess the quality of independence? There's that question. And then there's me. How independent am I relative to other people? Like, how easily influenced am I relative to other people? I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. So I won't answer that question. Will mushroom haircuts come back? Really hope not. A bit unnerving. Before the Big Bang, what was there? Just a sleeping universe? Just a single point? I mean, we've been thinking about this since forever. There's a lot of schools of thought out there. I mean, ultimately, it may not be conceivable because the universe is infinitely old, according to us. Infinitely big. We're in the middle of it, from what we can tell, soaking in isotropic radiation. So it just not be a question we can answer. But as far as what I can tell, the evidence in support of the Big Bang is tenuous. I did a debate on this. To me, it just doesn't, it's not enough to be compelling. So I just say the universe is uncreated. And you're basically looking at a single generation mechanism, which is the creation of a star. And I'll bring up that article. Okay, it's on the Amy Newman channel. I'm not going to even flip and try to bring up YouTube right now. It's my computer. I know it's on the verge of death. Amy Newman channel, Debate Me Bra with Leo Phileas. Big Bang, is it scientific? There's some good information there. So here's what I think is the question that actually I should be asked about, is accounting for the fact that we do measure a finite age to the universe. So question 1, how do we infer that age? We don't really want to be in a situation where we're like, oh shit, we just discovered an older planet than we thought was possible existing, which I seem to recall seeing at some point, whether that was validated or not. But yeah. I don't have to incorporate the Big Bang into my understanding because I never believed in it in the first place. It's never coherent because it necessitates singularity. And I don't know, a lot of people want to disagree with me on that, but if you look it up, very easy to see, it's part of the definition. So I would say that the way the universe looked in the past is pretty much what it looks like right now, but just a different distribution. And then we're going to drill down on, well, how do we account for the apparently finite age of the universe? Let's say that it's valid and that there is a finite age. What is that saying? Well, doesn't that mean that it started at this finite age that we're observing? It's like the oldest age in the universe. Isn't everything just that old? Or does the CMB date it somehow? I don't think that's what's actually going on. What I think it is that matter itself can only exist temporally for so long because it's such a higher energetic state. Why is most of the universe in the form of, from what we can tell, what they call, I guess, dark matter, dark energy, but they keep having to change it because it's a little bit confusing. Admittedly, cosmology is not in a great place. That age is a property of matter. So a star, once it's localized, why did a star form? Because it was excluded from a gravity collapse. Then its energy went expanded away waveform-ishly until it was able to exist without non-trivial uncertainty effects. And then a star is born. And there's a lot of different stars that can form, and the particular distribution of matter is going to determine the total age of matter. But this matter will eventually burn out for the same reason stars burn out. It's strange to think of a ticking clock that's on the order of billions of years old, but that's essentially what's happening with matter. And so this age, we think we can observe this like indicative of some sort of maximum age or actual age of the universe. Well, no, it's a property of matter saying that when matter is within this density range, you can expect that it can exist for this amount of time. But after a while, it's just going to be exhausted. It's not going to have any more transitions that it can make. Very fascinating stuff. And this link that I threw in here is like, it's hilarious about the constant talking about the peer review stuff and whatnot. But I did talk to people who work in the field. I just didn't do like a peer review type thing. I just presented the ideas and presented. And I don't know if somebody wanted to prove me wrong or what, or if it's completely unrelated, but I do know that stars weren't predicted to form near, quote, black hole bursts, which we all know that doesn't exist because just things black holes singularities don't exist. But there are maximum density states, which was how I predicted that stars would be formed adjacent to maximum density states. Why? Quantum state exclusion. All the means to predict what we're after here is already there. So much amazing research done in material sciences. Quantum state exclusion is very well established. That predicts maximum density per state variables. See thermodynamics. Oh man, just accidentally scrolled like 4 pages again. I'm glad you had a wonderful day. It's flat, yo. Appreciate anybody sharing positivity. So there's 3 plus 1, but everything has 7 forms. You're really close, and you'll get it eventually. If you're thinking about it this hard, you'll definitely get it soon. And there's sort of 2 levels. There's a level, I don't want to say there's only 2 levels, but there's a point of not knowing anything. And then there's a point of having a very dim impression, and then that impression gets brighter over time. And point of the rebuffs is so that the first impression is actually very accurate rather than shitty, which can then lead to problems where you have to actually decondition a deeply ingrained false belief because it wasn't dead on the first time. That's why there's a preparation before even seeding a belief. Okay, so just to come back to this question, 3 plus 1, but everything has 7 forms. Let's stay away from forms and just think about quantum periodic table. It's about information. I'm going to pull up the diagram. So in chemistry, you can look this up. Very straightforward. How many orbitals are there? S, P, D, F. So if we look at our cat pal here, there's only 4 different colors here. So in a way, there's a 4-fold decomposition. But there's also a 7-fold decomposition. So you can see there's a connection between the 4 and the 7. Because the 4 is the really just, if you want to compress that to like, just like, like on, what's the name? I want to say Frieza, but I don't think that's the name of Dragon Ball Z. Oh my gosh. It's, highly compacted. So you can say that 7 is like the first decompression of 3 plus 1. So the information that it takes to build the periodic table is 1, and then 2 times 2, and then 2 times 2 underneath, and then 3 times 3, and then 4 times 4, and it goes all the way up till 4 times 4. But there's 7 layers. So that's why I did this diagram, was to attempt to show that the 7 layers and the 3 plus 1, that those were connected. And the way they're connected is to look at something called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Delta x, delta px is the product of uncertainty, which is the most primitive way we can define a measurement, is an uncertainty. You need a delta. Delta x, delta px is less than a constant. So if I take delta x, delta px, and then y and z, that seems like it's 6 things, right? But it's 3 equations. How much information is it? It's 3, but dual. So I can extract information about position and momentum from a system simultaneously. I can do that. So it's more than just pure 3. But those 2 measurements I get, talking about position and momentum, they're not. The fact that I measured 1 means I changed the system, therefore they're not commutative. So we're not even at the stage of forms yet, because a form is, I don't even know if we need to use it. You can just think of geometries. The periodic table admits a geometry. It's a 3 plus 1 dimensional geometry, because a 3-dimensional geometry, well, really that's just a sphere. And have all these microstates within a sphere representing the space-time continuum. A finite infinity. 3 plus 1. That's where you get something that at most is 7. But when you look at the individual measurements themselves, the delta x and the delta px, they're not independent, they're connected. So there's a possibility to compress that even more, but this perfect or near perfect compression that you can get on the level of the periodic table, you don't necessarily have access to that. That's the maximum compression. Same with 3 plus 1 being a maximum number of dimensions, aka reductions. Yeah, revolutions are important. And this is another thing that is going to be super fun to talk about, is because like these are all visual, like you visualize these identities. So you start with a point and you extend the point to a line, then you take the line and you twirl it up to its beginning from its end, then you get a circle, then you spin the circle about a line going through its center. That's called animation. And that's essentially what calculus is doing right now. So calculus is animating things with a particular type of model, aka x varies over an interval, and it's possible to define things like derivatives and integrals. So very primitive, I guess we could call them geometries, undergoing vibration, but it's particular types of vibration, and it's specifically generating a sphere from a circle using a line. And then in a similar manner, we can basically speed that sphere up even more, because measuring or modeling light. Light has predictable behavior. Even if we can't visualize it, we can deduce what it's going to do based on how dang predictable it is, which is always go to the boundary. Always maximally expand from center. Awesome, already defined in physics. Can science rearrange atoms to make gold or diamond? I think it is possible to make diamonds by compressing carbon. Gold there have been people that have claimed that they've been able to make a couple of atoms of gold come out of like fission reactions. I don't know if that's the thing. But I don't want to say that it's impossible because I don't know if it's possible, but when you're talking about quantum, you're talking about ranges of permissibility rather than determinism. The only determinism is the laws fundamentally don't change. But that's about it. So the question is it possible to transition from one state to another within the fundamental states of the space-time continuum? I.e., can we turn whatever mercury into gold? Well, take some research to do that, but we wouldn't say no right away, but we would say there's a fair amount of, it's unclear how much energy is required to do that. And if putting that much, like, what if the difference in energy between the respective states is so big that it destroys the stability of the state? Something like that. There may be some physical reason why it's just not possible. So yeah, rather than approaching things with calculus, which is highly unintuitive, we're approaching these with intuitive forms that are basically can be always understood to exist within 3 dimensions, even the 3+1 dimensional thing, because that's not going into something perpendicular. Because if I was saying 4 dimensions, yeah, you'd expect the 4th dimension to be perpendicular. In some sense, it's not. That's why it's 3+1, because it's an additional layer of information independent from the previous layers, but embedded within the original, quote, 3 space. Freeword says DNA seems to be coded by an intelligent entity with a sense of humor. Yeah, there's definitely some stories about a playful, jokery type god. Oh, that's a good question. I like this one. If the universe is uncreated, how does it reincarnate? Well, if we're uncreated, how do we reincarnate? Well, because reincarnation isn't governed by creation, reincarnation is governed by the conservation of energy. I mean, we reincarnate essentially because we're uncreated. I got lost again here with all these comments, but I really do appreciate them. So thanks everyone for sticking around. If matter can't be created or destroyed, how could there ever be a beginning? Because time's created and destroyed. That's what I was trying to get to earlier. You just have to follow the logic. It's not intuitive logic. It's very difficult. That's why it's always going to be a tiny group of, like, I don't want to say nerds, but whatever. I think it's cool. Just start with degrees of certainty. What makes what they call science certain? Well, if they're, have a look at the development of understanding of entanglement. It just keeps coming up and up and up and up. And even though I'm pretty sure I can convincingly demonstrate that the particular interpretation of the Copenhagen interpretation preclude a formalization of entanglement on principle, yet it still is something that people are concluding based on parameters of experiments defined likely not with entanglement. So anyway, sorry, I forgot what I was. Yeah, okay. We have evidence for time having a beginning because we have evidence that, well, we can tell based on the emission and absorption spectra, based on the principle of nuclear decay, the age of planets. They're not infinitely old. The planets in our solar system are all the same age within a very small, what I call delta, but it's measurement uncertainty, or a range of variation within the results. It's not very big. It's about 2.5%. So what does that say to me is that what we call time, the thing that we've decided or we've measured through multiple, cross-validated our nuclear decay, it's about 4 point whatever it is billion years old. Was that matter created? No. The mass comprises our universe, I would argue, is uncreated. But the time must have had a beginning, which is the definition in some sense of created. We'd say time's created because it admits a meaningful beginning. And materially, we can say anything with beginning has to have an end. Why? Conservation principle. So how can there be a beginning? Well, you just have to learn to distinguish between non-locality and locality as a concept. That's where the mental training techniques come in. Locally, time does have a beginning. What does that mean? Well, relative to this star, time has a start. Relative to the universe, no. That's why it feels like we're in the middle. That's why, even though that's what are the chances, it still seems like that, aka isotropic background radiation. That's what you'd expect to be in the middle of something. So a lot of the reasoning actually happens prior to the imposition of a beginning and an end, because things can exist in the absence of that. And when they can, that makes them in some sense more fundamental if you buy into that type of reasoning. I learned so much today, but I just realized how much there is I don't know. That's a really good place to be, because then you can get excited about learning. Because you'll notice a lot of people, they're just so darn focused on convincing themselves that they know something, that not as open as they could be to some of these ideas. 3+1 is like a zip folder. Yeah, that's a good one. So maybe you understood a little more than you thought. Yeah, Don Willis, I don't know if you understand where that joke came from, but possibly my huge amount of repulsion with the quantum, the cat that's supposedly in a superposition of dead and alive, and you don't know if the cat's going to be dead until you open the box, like putting people in this position of be LARP's executioners. I just think that's cruel. It makes me think about what mathematics govern the fourth dimension. Is Sky Daddy hiding in the fourth dimension or a higher dimension? Well, I think I've heard some people say that Krishna's in the fifth dimension, and it's also like, much to my chagrin, that is presenting his model as a 5-dimensional model. And as you can see, like, if you start at 0 and go to 4, yeah, that's 5 somethings. But do we call them dimensions? Like, let's think. What are we going to call dimensions? What's it? Option 1. Let's call the thing that there's 3+1 of dimensions. Option 2. Let's invent this abstract thing and say that there's 5 dimensions. Like, okay. In terms of information, yeah, we can cram way more than 3+1D of information into a system, because systems can exist across more than one order of magnitude, and that maximum is only per order of magnitude, per resolvable order, and which I approximate as orders of magnitude in order to get my 14-dimensional universe. Remember, we interpolate that from the smallest observable distance to largest observable distance. Reincarnation is transformation, not creation. I'm not even sure if I'd say it's transformation. It's more of a deterioration and a reuptake. A transformation to me implies that it's going upwards, realization or spiritual transformation type thing. Creation implies a creator. One might ask how the creator was created. Right. And then you just say, well, this is a model, and the reason that you came up with the creator model was to stop that infinite regression question, and because you realized that it was not meaningful. The information you were getting was not meaningful with additional iterations of the method. It's something a lot of people need to work on, is getting a sense for diminishing returns. Well, how's the creator created? Well, how's that creator created? Like, well, it's just all absorbed into one concept. That's the whole point of stopping somewhere. That's why these questions of ultimate creation are so difficult, and we can really only look at a slice at a time, because it's just all there all at once. And anything we do to break that down is not going to be complete. Might be awesome, might be sweet, cool, and great, but definitionally can't be complete. We know when time began locally. So in terms of non-local, would you guess time is different or not? I don't think matter can be created. Like, I don't think it's actually sensical for matter to be created, because that implies a creator, which implies, like, to me, it appears extra universal creation is impossible. But there also has to be a method for the creation of time. So I call it near creation, when time is created, which is when a star is created. So as soon as the star comes into existence, all that matter, basically there's like a clock, and it's going to run out sometime. And while it's animate, it's going to be having like a time field. And that's how we can account for these FTL, expansion for distant. We don't have any other way to account for the faster regression with distance, the Hubble principle. This accounts for that, because it basically says, well, each delta t defined by a star, that's actually contributing information. It's causing a lensing effect. So yeah, the quantum cat thing, I basically just did that to block the shitty, horrible, zombie cat that's been just taunting my dreams. Tinkle, I don't affirm a Big Bang, okay? So time, here's what we can be sure about. Time started here at a particular point. The reason we know that it's a well-defined beginning is because we can now turn around and say, hey, look, all these planets, based on what we know to be ultra-accurate emission and absorption spectroscopy, all about the same age. That's what we know. Then if we want to like rank everything in terms of scientific certainty, that's where we would start. And then we could say, well, does it make sense for it to go on forever? That doesn't make sense. Because then you have a universe that is gaining energy. And how do you account for that? A universe is so ultimately cheap with energy. And the least action principle just keeps getting reiterated over and over and over. And it keeps being more predictive over and over and over. Okay. For there now to be a mechanism for creation, because remember, E equals mc squared, as people always say, like there's energy in matter. So if it didn't become exhausted, if it could be infinitely old, well, that would be infinitely energetic. Not what we observe. We observe that, based on what we observe, we should expect that matter intrinsically obeys a principle of maximum temporality, which would be like, what are the most stable elements that could comprise your system that age? Transformation seems like it could be mostly outward. The heat from the body rises, the matter falls, or caskets batter. Good idea. Whoa. A lot of questions there. There's outward and there's inward, and there's boundaries, and there's effective boundaries, and there's hierarchical boundaries. A lot of questions. And thanks, Dawn, for your vote of confidence. I really appreciate that. And whether caskets are a good idea, that's a different question that might take a long time to answer. But since it's been quite a while, wrap it up for now. And thanks everyone for tuning in. See you next Sunday, if not sooner.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
they control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?